And good evening, everyone. Here we are back at the Eagles Nest. Tonight we have a guest speaker joining us. I know pretty quick into the rip there, but Garrett,
Yeah,
how are we doing tonight, man?
pretty good. I mean, we got a full house, right?
Yeah, first full house with Gundam we've ever had, and that is
That's
exciting.
crazy.
Yeah, 64 players means we're playing the full round count, which, if I remember correctly, that's what, 6, 7 rounds?
Yeah, I mean, as your loyal following knows, like you guys have just grown so much with these Wednesday nights. It's awesome.
Yeah, and honestly, this is kind of like a small, meta watch even for some people too, just getting
Yeah.
used to the groove of things and just like, hey, what's going to be popping up this week? Because I think this was like the first place people really saw like Red Blue King like about a
hmm
month ago. And I thought that was a really cool inspiration for a lot of players. It's honestly one of my favorite decks right now.
Yeah, I know. To speak to that history, I watch weekly, and I watched for a win and instantly built that deck, and that led to you know, our little changes that Ben and Daniel did at Gen Con even, and definitely was the inspiration for that. So shout out to Four.
Yeah, and it's just one of those things where it's like we didn't really know what to expect. We have enough tables made. I'm like, oh my gosh, do I not have enough tables made in the Discord?
Good problem to have.
Yeah, it's like, no, I was prepared. I have 32 tables made. I have 32 tables made. But yeah, so if we want to go ahead and I think table one's probably going to
Table one.
be a good starting point here. We get to showcase something a little bit different. So I'm going to go ahead and hop there, and our players are both there. They should be turning their cameras on shortly. Yeah, like tonight's metagame, though, I think it does showcase like how healthy the Gundam TCG, like a little, we call it like a meta circle, I think is what we called it before.
Yeah,
It's just like you'll see different decks do well, and it's not like it's one deck eats like the best. Like all decks have a reason to be played right now.
correct. And there's like, I think that's what's so interesting about the meta, even as we've seen through your events, through the Eggman events, through First Combat. It's like there's a flavor of the week, right? And every week it's been like one of the four decks. We'll say blue, white, red, blue, and green, white. And it's like they just take turns each week, and it's just been really cool to see.
Yeah, but starting off here in round one tonight, we have our two players on the screen. One of them being Kojex, which I believe is one of our European players, and Super Games, one of our North American players. And we're going to be showcasing probably the deck that you inspired a lot of people to start bringing to tournaments is White Green Operation Meteor. But on the other side, we're actually able to showcase a little bit more unique of a deck. I personally call it like a command slinger, just
Yeah.
because it's like magic. Was it spell slinger? Like you
hmm
want to get your commands in the trash, get your spells in the trash, and we get to see a really cool like control build and shell of a bunch of different cards. I won't spoil it entirely, but hope it gets to see a really cool showcasing here.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so. I know that's one of the things I always look forward to is just someone bringing something that's unexpected, you know?
Yeah. Was there anything that you're like really hoping on the back burner might do well? If it's like something you're bringing to a tournament, obviously you don't have to like spill all the
Yeah.
secrets.
No. It's I really want to make Academy stuff work. There's so many link targets for just the Academy keyword. And Kira Yamato shares so many as well with Earth Alliance and Kira Yamato. It's like there's got to be something there, right? That someone hasn't figured out. Maybe our table one right here already has.
Yeah, we actually saw it showcased a little bit last week too. It's like
That's
one of those
true.
Academy aggro decks.
It was pretty much a mono white deck, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was mono white
Yeah.
with I think like two blue commands. Not even
Yeah.
like an Amuro in there. It's just like we like Siege Flight. We're playing Siege Flight.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's like a deck playstyle I'm not quite sure how I feel about, or even what to call it on Limitless. It's just like it's the most natural thing for me to call it. If there's better names, I can change the conventions at some point. But I know that's something that caught chat's interest last week.
Yeah, I know Hayden's talked about it before, Eggman, that like it's really hard to like label decks in Gundam because unlike One Piece or other Bandai games with leaders like Fusion World, it's like it tells you the deck right there, right? Off the rip.
Yeah, look at the leader. Oh, cool,
Yeah.
it's a deck. And maybe there's a split variant every like once in a while where it's like, okay, we got aggro Whitebeard or we got like the wall Whitebeard build, right?
Sure. Sure.
But it's still Whitebeard at the end of the day. But now you look at like these non-linear deck building games, and
Uh-huh.
it's like, gosh, where is everything? What do we look for first? And just like for anyone who doesn't know, I make all the deck filters on Limitless for Gundam. And first thing I always do is I try to identify the two colors the decks play. So like Operation Meteor, if it's white green, I look for a Lifrith, and then I look for a Death Scythe. In case y'all don't know how it's built, and then that's how I identify it's white green Operation Meteor. But then you have so many other variants. Like there's a build that was like it wasn't even like a pure ramp build, which are like the two builds I have built out on the list right now. But anyways, gameplay has started. We're able to get talking about the game on screen here. A draw pass. I don't think it's too uncommon if you're going first. Like unless you're playing aggro, there's very rarely a turn one.
Yeah, unless you're like green blue, you're not really doing too much on turn one, it feels like. And it's interesting that this other person with the resource did not have a play either, because that's always like a great like overflowing, or your GM's coming down.
Yep, the classics were 2-2-3-2 stat line body. So that's probably our Operation Meteor player side. I guess it could be our Academy player though too, because they're both white halves of a deck.
Yeah. Well, I think that just answered it. Yeah.
Yeah. We don't quite know here yet.
I will say this is a great start for green white. Seeing that Zoword on curve is really big, regardless of which one of them it is.
Yeah, and,
There's
and that's pretty much as good as you really get as playing like early game white. Like,
yeah.
I know people tried demi trainers for quite a while, and they started realizing 1 HP doesn't really do enough.
No, and there's just so many ways around 1 damage, especially now, right? With red, blue, ping, and all these decks.
Yeah, red, blue, perfect strike. That was the first issue for the longest
Perfect strike. Daribald was a card too at one point.
Yeah, Darabalde. Yeah, that card displayed for a while until people just said Rezel's kind of better in almost every way. But then we see
there it is.
It's like we're predicting the plays here of our players. So that's probably the Academy side, though.
I'm going to go on a limb and say it is. So our green-white player is off to a really good start, minus the ramp that they have not seen on curve, but we can always catch up with a nice Death Scythe duo combo in the later turns here.
Yeah, and so I know in your original build you ran like double first contact and
I did
4 wings, and I think people have like kind of taken a mix of the two.
Yep.
They said first contact feels a little rough in hand. It's like kind of a brick for the most part, but also it's like, well, I get the body from Wingbird Zero, but it's an EX resource, which is a pretty substantial difference.
Oh, it's definitely different. I mean, first contact on curve going first is like the best thing you could probably do. Just ramping up a real resource is just so huge, because your following turn you can play an Ale Strike and a Kira or a duo and get your tempo back anyways. That's why my list always ran 4 Ale.
Okay, so that makes a lot more sense. Like you actually mathed out where all the resources were going. If you hit the ramp, what benefits you actually got from it, and that checks out.
Correct. Yeah, correct. And so that was kind of my style with it, but I don't think either one's right or wrong necessarily. I think it's totally meta dependent. Interesting, we're seeing that base come down. I believe that's the ping 1, correct?
Yeah, it's Rilu. You ping a 5 AP or less unit, 1 damage. And I'm kind of curious where it's going to go. My guess is it's probably on Lifrith, because you want to string your Zwart into it, because you don't mind doing a Zwart trade, right?
Yeah, and I don't think as the green-white player we do either, right? Like we kind of want Daribalde to swing into this Lifrith, right? Or the Zowert. I mean, any way we can remove it with these blockers is A-okay.
Yeah, I think you're going to try trading your blocker that can't swing face into their blocker that could swing face. Yeah. But yeah, we're just trading Zwart for Zwart, which card economy, like, we're even there. It doesn't really impact us at all. Yeah, and I think we actually are seeing the Darbalde trade there.
Oh, no, we're actually just going for the base. Okay. I think that's actually probably right, to be honest with you. Because we might have ways to deal with this later, like a battle of aces, since we've already seen red, right? Or maybe we could ping damage some way. And I imagine, I can't tell, But did we put the damage counter on the Livrith?
Yeah, we did. It's a little hard
Okay.
to see. It's a white dice and a white card, but yeah, it is there. And that, like, I see 2 up. It tells me like, we know what the deck is. His opponent doesn't
Yeah.
know it yet, but it's like, man, we really want you to swing or do something so we can interact with you in a different way. But we want
Mm-hmm.
to see what you do first before we do it on our turn, which is kind of like the benefit of these action timing cards, right?
For sure, and I think that's the most unexplored thing in the game so far is the action timing and like how good are command cards really, you know? I know in One Piece, some people didn't believe in events at all at first, and then events became a big deal, you know, with Gum Gum Giant, Radical Beam, etc. So it just depends, but I think it's definitely some like unexplored territory. There's the unforeseen right there.
Yeah, and that's actually a very cost efficient way. And we have
Yep.
2 up still, so we can respond to more stuff on the board. And I kind of like what you're saying. It's like when Digimon first came out, no one really played around with the idea of like a recovery deck. I know we can't
Hmm.
do that in Gundam exactly, but if you have a toolbox of commands that you can just keep using on your opponent's turn, it's kind of similar. Especially when you have really good board trades come out of it, like that unforeseen play there.
Yeah, for sure. And this is interesting. This is like my first list with like perfect strikes. So he's running perfect strike and Kira here on curve. So that's not bad.
And he says, I want to swing you down. And I guess his goal is like identifying, like, what's my macro in this matchup?
Hmm.
Like, I see Darabalde, he's kind of done these weird, like, combat tricks on the board. So, am I trying to play for late game? Am I trying to rush him down? And I think if you identify a deck as aggro, you definitely want to, like, just wall up and take your time. Like, you got the best late game, like, all of them
Yeah.
right now.
Yep. And I think he can do that, right? Like he can just wait, see what happens here, and take his time because he knows like at the end of the game, you know, every card he plays is going to be better than every card you play. And I think that's some comfort there, you know.
Yeah, and that's like kind of like the color identity of these like ramp decks a lot of time in like all Bandai games. Like, sure, you won't have card draw, but like you've already said, your card quality is on average going to be better. Your draw will just be better, so you don't have to draw more if you just draw well.
Correct. And we've already seen him not really like have anything insane, but we've seen him hit a lot of early game, 3 early game cards. So we know he's going to be drawing into his later game.
Yeah, and now I'm just trying to figure out like what's our goal with the Darbale. We're trying to go for board. Okay, so I don't think this is as aggressive as last week's Academy build was.
No, and I was hoping we had a way to like ping another damage there. Um, otherwise, it
Was it
just
we have
feels
one
so it
HP?
feels so bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to get like the maximum use out of command timing because, like I said, like you can use a command with main action timing on your turn,
Sure.
but why not give your opponent a chance to give you better value if they have some play that somehow lines up to give you more usage on their turn?
Yeah, I mean we've already seen that some with like Hawk, right? Like you can wait on until it's their turn and they play down a Resla or something, then hawk it back to their hand instead of what was on their board during your turn.
Hmm.
And here
Yeah,
comes Wing Gundam. Yeah.
and that might be part of the reason why you wanted to save like a command, but I don't think there's anything that saves you from this. You can reduce its AP with unforeseen, but that's not enough to protect your unit.
Nope. It would still knock out the unit because that's a 7/7, so it'd be only -4 there.
Yeah, so now I'm trying to think like what other interactions can we get? Is there a command you would use at the end of like the turn, like during that command step at the end?
Only thing I could think of is to ping, right? Like maybe a close combat or a battle of aces, but um, otherwise, I don't think he could just not have anything, right? And just had to leave the resources up.
Yeah, maybe that we could just be looking way too deep into
Yeah,
it.
but this position feels awful.
You know, like you see a giant breach unit with 4 HP still. Like I don't think there's a clean way to do that without committing a link. But he's already gotten at least 1 card of value. Getting 2 more cards of value puts you a card positive while breaching damage on that first swing.
And how often do we see this where green white is ahead on life at this point in the game? I mean,
Yeah,
they have more shields, I should say, than our academy player here. Definitely going to have to do something as the Academy player this turn to really get some tempo back. They do have a grip.
Yeah, and I don't want to say it's like, well, we're looking at 5 cards in hand versus a pretty good size hand on the other side. Like, it's not a shutout yet. It's very playable, but you just really need to see some high value cards here to start making up. Like, if you have a Justice Gundam, the token might be able to do something.
Yeah.
Because we did see the Atherin pilot.
Yep. He had that burst out of shields there, so. Yep, and there it comes, right on cue, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, we've been pretty good about that tonight with these decks, because we definitely have the resources, and let's go ahead. It's on deploy get our token, right?
Yeah, it's right on deploy regardless of the pilot. But what's cool is if it does have the pilot, I believe is what gives it the rush, right?
Oh, we got our Yamato for our 2/2 token. Yeah, here, let me look it up real quick. I know Justice is a card, but I haven't personally played it.
Because I believe the token gets rush if you meet the criteria of having a pilot or something under the Justice.
I thought it was unconditional. During pair? Oh, it's during
yep.
pair on an attack. You can have one of your triple ship alliance tokens attack.
Yeah, and that's what it is. It's a triple ship. So now that he's linked that pilot, that token can attack this turn. So we will see if he just tries to clear board here. But what feels really bad is the Justice would live with, I believe, 1 health if it swings into the perfect strike, because it'll take 6 damage in return.
Yeah. But also just like, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, and that still leaves Wing on there because the token's only a 2/2.
I think Quarter got bet on the proxy there. Which, if anyone who does not know, it's your first time joining us, first of all on stream, all 6 of y'all, welcome. We hope you guys are enjoying the gameplay so far. Like I said, yeah, our guest here talking cards with Garrett. We got Garrett himself joining us as co-commentator. We'll be doing some sellouts for him, and we'll be doing some giveaways tonight for y'all watching the stream. But here at the Eagles Us, we allow the use of proxies every single week for webcam locals, because first of all, we're not tied to a store, so we have the freedom to just give players more use of their cards. But also just play decks at maximum potential and power, because sometimes decks are expensive, and this is a game you want to play casually. And we'll give you guys the flexibility and weights to do that here. So thank you so much for everyone joining us tonight. And for anyone who does not know, that is why our player has proxy cards on the screen.
And just to speak on the turn that just happened, the unforeseen incident was allowed us to clear that Wing Gundam. So we were able to swing the Freedom into it, take 4 damage only, and clear that Wing while using the token to clear the perfect strike.
Yeah, like, it was just mathed out super well. Like,
but here's the best play Green can do to follow up, right? Like, first strike, death size.
And a Zord to protect. Yeah, try to unforeseen my death scythe, he says.
Yeah.
That's the only reason in blue-white decks right now that I think you don't see more people using unforeseen. If anything, I think Naval Bombardment should be coming back in blue-white decks, because it lets you trade up into your opponent a lot of the time.
Yeah, I remember seeing during beta, like the Demi Trainer build, and people would play Naval Bombardment to make Demi like swing for 3 to get rid of EX bases, and I always thought that was clever.
Yeah, that was like the first use I personally saw of like action timing being relevant also, because like a lot of your action timing cards in beta were just like not really good. The red ones are really cool, but they just never found the niche during like that spoiler season we were having.
Yeah, and it's been weird, right? Like I remember when 4-1 with red blue, he didn't even play Battle of Aces, you know, and I can get the logic. Like Battle of Aces is technically, I guess you could say, a win more card, right? Like Battle of Aces can never swing at shields, and that's how you win the game. So it's like, where do you fit these commands in? Like, how do you make it make sense?
Mm-hmm. And I think that also comes with like it being a global format. We're learning everything at the same time, so we're trying out different builds and decks. And I think there's actually 2 like variants you're starting to see for like red, blue, pink. Like you have the very aggressive build that runs all the 1-drop low to the ground units
Yep.
with Salius, but then you have builds that are running like the Nahalagarma base, which taps units with 3 HP or less because you're pinging them down. You have more board control, and you can emphasize more of the Unicorn Banshee.
Yep. Totally true. And that Banshee's a problem too. If you ever have 12 and you're trash.
Yeah, because you just get so much value. It's first strike for the turn, not just like that one swing. And I think that's one thing players overlook.
Yeah, two first strike swings coming right at you in a turn can just literally change the game.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm trying to think, like, if you're playing against, I play a lot of blue-white blockers. Like, that's the deck I wanted to be really good at, but that's also a deck I've play tested a lot against.
Sure.
I think I mentioned it, like, Taidana's a local here, and, like, we've been to 2 locals back-to-back where he wins it, and I'm right behind him in second place because I lost to him in the final this round.
Well, he knows that mirror match, so.
Yeah,
you got your work cut out.
That's a hard one, yeah. But I was bringing it up because, oh gosh, I had a reason I brought that up for a tangent. But it's all good.
Hey, no, you just wanted to flex your local scene. I understand.
Oh, dude, our locals have been popping off too.
That's awesome.
Like, in all honesty, we have 30 players on average each week. We had 40 on our first week for locals.
We had a 50-man on Saturday a week ago. That was pretty cool.
That's awesome. I love to hear that. Like, the fact that it's bringing so many new people, like Gundam is bringing like Magic players in for their first Bandai game. You're bringing in all the Gunpla kit builders for their first TCG experience. Legit, my locals I went to last week, we had like 3 people who are like, I've been building kits. I'm just playing the game because I like the cards, but this is fun.
Yeah, I know my local scene here in Orlando is really made up of new players. So that's just awesome to see because, like, the Bandai conundrum is always like, our players going to jump ship from this game to go play the new Bandai game? And then, like, what happens to the other Bandai games, yada, yada, yada. But yeah, it's been great to see with Gundam that it's like players coming from either like Lorcana or Magic, like you said, and like, oh, this is actually my first Bandai game. So that's awesome.
Yep. And we're seeing the death side swing here. We have a duo underneath. We're not scared of an unforeseen. What we're doing is going to be sticking on board.
Yeah, and we're ahead on shield. So like the green-white player is just super far ahead. It's going to take a lot to turn this matchup around.
I mean, like, once you get
another one. Oh,
we got 2 bodies. Yeah. He said, you know what? This is your problem to deal with. I'm putting you on lethal next turn. You have to answer this. And that doesn't even count a link coming from his hand next turn.
Yeah, and I think he only has 1 card left in hand, but he kind of just emptied the clip, so we will see.
Yeah, do we know what the last card is?
I don't think so. And then we see overflowing on the other end here. Nothing like a good overflowing.
Yeah, and one thing I will say is, like, we have seen like really strong like value turns from our white-red player, but the wing bodies and green bodies are just so massive, it's hard to keep getting that little value trade every single time because you're going -1 card to keep your card on board or to trade up into like a naked body almost by itself.
Yeah, for sure.
-1 on the economy.
Yeah, and it's like, I think that's the problem with these command decks too. Like, what happens if you just draw commands, like, and you need a unit on your curve, you know? And it's like, I don't know the balance yet, you know? I mean, as we've alluded to earlier, we snuck in 2 Battle of Aces into our red-blue ping list. But, like, I want more because the card's insane. But it's like, where does it stop being as beneficial as a unit? And that's the tough argument.
Yeah, but what's the optimal turn here? Like, what can we do? Get a rebuild?
Yeah, we see the rebuild come down. I'm going to guess probably grab.
Yeah, and
Unforeseen doesn't do anything into the Death Scythe, unfortunately. So
yeah,
I guess we're grabbing it.
It's the Foreseen incident now.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, but we do get the swing immediately, so we can swing into Death Scythe, but we can't trade over it because we can't unforeseen it.
Correct.
6/6 into 6/6, like, we'll take it every time, and we are going to get the resource from Suletta.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he used the unforeseen. He doesn't know.
Yeah, it's a valid target.
It just won't reduce.
Yeah. So, oh well, we still trade.
Are we supposed to tell them? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So they realized
trade.
the trade. Okay, yep.
Yeah. It was done correctly. It was done correctly.
But we just lost that unforeseen for no reason. Yeah.
Yeah, like it could come up for like stopping one swing if you can double unforeseen them, but like we are playing from behind. It does feel really hard right now to actually do much, and we're not going to bother trading into the Aegis just because we know our opponent could play a command against us to make this trade not happen.
Correct.
The breach, so it is correct just a swing face here, and I got a little bit of glitter. I can't tell what that is. Oh, it's a wing 0. We're tapping 8.
And clear it anyways.
Oh yeah,
next
true.
turn.
Yeah, that's GG. He has a base.
Yeah, I mean, so far ahead on shields.
There's no interaction I can think of that will save us here, even if we high roll it. Yeah,
that's gonna be a wrap.
Yep, that is our game, and that is.
Yeah, he knows
pass, draw. He's like, I'm at least playing it out. Like, if I'm losing, I'm at least doing everything I can here. Like, if you drop triple blockers, it doesn't matter because they got high maneuver. They have a base, double blocker, and yeah, just the hand goes down, resources go up, and that's game there.
Well, we still have 10 minutes in the round. You want to try to find something, or you want to?
I think it's a good time just to like kind of talk through all our different sellouts for tonight because we have a lot of things to talk about, and I want to make sure give some credit to not just like our stream as tonight because we'll have multiple rounds to go over, but also community spotlight. We're going to start out with that tonight. Garrett is a good friend here. He has played in events online. He has a long history of TCG accolades, I guess you could say at this point. But you have you've been a content creator, and your channel is starting to really pop off with Gundam.
Yeah, I kind of like wasn't that inspired when I launched it because I originally had a podcast I did with some Bandai people will know, Orange Samurai, and I had a teammate that we did pretty well with in One Piece called The Worst Generation was the group, and we had a really good following. Like we got up to 1,000 subs at one point, and then we all kind of quit and did our own thing. So I went and tried to do my thing, but that was when I was like quitting One Piece and I didn't know what game I wanted to play next. So it wasn't really until Gundam that I was like, oh, this is the game.
Yeah, so for anyone who does not know, definitely check out Talking Cards with Garrett for a community spotlight for a co-commentator for tonight. Lots of really cool Gundam content. I believe he actually just posted a video today about preparing people for new type challenges, right?
Yes, sir. Sure did.
Yeah. But for anyone who does not know, this is the Eagles Nest weekly webcam locals. We run it every Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Same time, same place. Risu the Squirrel is our producer and in the back for tonight. And I'm Eagle X, your host for the tournament. And we already said Garrett is our co-commentator for tonight. And Community Spotlight, we wanted to emphasize. And we got a few other things to talk about here for the Gundam TCG. First of all, Dual Specs. It is a sponsor. The owners are friends of mine. They said, hey, we saw your tournaments have been popping off. We want to add more to the community. We want more people to get value out of these events because we love the game. We want to support it. So every single week they donate sleeves to players in the tournament. This is for one player every single week. We'll get a set of Dual Specs. And it's not anything I'm getting $1 incentive for. It's just simply I give a shout out and I get to give more product to players.
And hey, someone will complain about that.
Yeah, free stuff is good stuff. But also in Indianapolis, if you guys are in the Midwest and you're looking for a case tournament, my LGS will be running a GDO1 case tournament August 31st. Doors will open at 11 a.m., $30 a person. We will be running side events. It is a guaranteed case regardless of the player turnout. So if you guys are interested, sign-ups on TCG Plus for the Dugout on August 31st under like the store tournament events. If you have questions, feel free to send me a DM on Discord. I'll probably drop it in the chat here later tonight. But that is an IRL event. And then we have some other webcam locals to talk about too. We have Sundam, our folks over in Europe. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be able to be as generous with some pricing. I'm able to guarantee every X1 player at least walks away with 30 prize wall points, which is either 3 webcam local entries, a few packs. So I want to strongly shout them out and recommend them. If you guys are looking for another webcam local scene every week, they run their events out of Europe, but they are international friendly. They will hand out packs once you hit, I think it's 6 packs is free shipping for most players, might be 12 for international. But they have details on their Limitless page, so make sure to check it out if you guys are looking for another webcam scene. Because we were capped out tonight, 64 players. But talking about capped out events, Eggman also has a half case tournament this Sunday. Is I believe 128 players, 6 boxes across top 16. If you guys haven't seen, I think there's a wait list for it. But it's going to be a fun time. It's going to be a lot of Gundam, especially this week. 64 players tonight, 128 for Eggman's event. So check it out if you guys haven't already. And then last but not least, become a member. It's so small. It helps Risu grow and let us know we're going in the right direction for this content for y'all. We do Digimon Mondays and Thursdays, Gundam every Wednesday. Subscribing is free, and that is the most effective way to let us know we are doing well here. But yeah, so Garrett, what were your thoughts about that round one? A little bit rough towards the end, but I think the early game was good.
Yeah, I'm assuming the red white, we'll call it Academy deck, Zaft didn't see what they wanted to early. Like I imagine they wanted to see Arthrin's Gundam with the breach early, and he didn't get to see that on curve. That would have been way better going into those blockers that the green-white player had in the early game. So no Aegis Gundam was definitely a bummer for that player, but outside of that, green-white just doing green-white things. I mean, the Death Scythe on curve. I mean, the 2 blockers early into the Perfect Strike. Interesting to see that they're still on Perfect Strike. So it's interesting to see where we are in this format. Are they playing Perfect Strike because they believe it helps against aggro, lifting tokens, or things like that? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I can look from a metagame perspective. I'm not going to tell too much, but I think it is kind of like what we would expect to see at like a Gundam Locals or like even like a very serious like close combat event where you're watching games and you're going to see a lot of your blockers, a lot of your aggro decks, a lot of your ping decks, your mid-range decks. And that's just such a cool thing to see in Gundam, a set one being so balanced with a lot of different like play styles that are valid.
I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, we really got any 4 decks that can win any night right now, and to your point, there's still unexplored stuff. So maybe there's a 5th deck out there that we'll see here soon.
Yeah, and we are getting kind of close on time in round 2. Like we have, like I said, we capped out with 64 players tonight, 32 tables. And of all 32 tables, 30 of them have reported with 4 minutes left in the round. So we probably won't be able to showcase a full game here. I was going to say, we don't normally have this much time or this many tables.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll toss it to you, Garrett. What are some plans you have coming up on your channel? Because I know we said, hey, you're growing your content, something you're really into right now, and you have a lot of strong momentum going.
Yeah, I try to hit like whatever's relevant, right? Like we have the new type challenges coming up. I'll probably next do like a tier list of where we see the meta because I'm commentating tonight on this event, and then I'm commentating on Sunday for Hayden. So it's going to be after seeing those 2 events, like where are we? I mean, we got 64 people tonight. We got, Eggman's events at capacity at 128, I believe. Like that's so much data.
Yeah.
As someone who's like a very competitive player in the scene, like I love getting that data. So I want to look at it and then like, here's where we are. The data actually makes the tier list. It's not biased. It's like, no, this is just the numbers.
Our grassroots stuff is crazy for the Gundam scene.
Yeah.
Now, like our first regional's not till Card Fest in September, which is our first official regional. Then we have a few in October. I know I'm a little lacking on the European side for when their events are, but I imagine it's pretty similar time frame.
Yeah, I mean, for most players, their first like big event will be the new type challenges, right? And that starts at, I believe it's September 5th. They kick off. So that'll be most people's first chance to win some prize cards for this game outside of the local winter cards. And that'll be really cool to see, even. And some players, I mean, hopefully they'll be able to hit more than one.
Yeah, I know. I'm very fortunate. I'm able to hit like 4 or 5 of them, and I'll be going to at least 3, realistically 4 of them, just because they're all
Fantastic.
within a close circle. It's just something I've had so much fun playing this game, just because we've already said there's so many decks you can play. That tier
Yeah.
list, when you make it, you can say, you know what, it might be flavor of the month even for where these top decks fall in like order. But
Yeah,
that's
no.
just one of
I
those
mean,
things. Won't spoil anything if you have it predetermined. I know you said you're going to go off of data too.
yeah, I definitely am. And I just like, I think it's really cool that we're seeing this early in a Bandai game, because I know, coming from One Piece, and I played One Piece because I love One Piece. Like, that's why I played the card game. But there's so many formats where the game got so stagnant, and it's like, oh, it's either S tier, or it's like there's 20 decks and there's not a clear favorite. But it's like we're at that perfect number where like 4 decks are really good, and it's like, well, which one fits your play style? Which one fits what you want to do? Like, for me personally, I'm not a green blue enjoyer. Like, the decks, I just don't have fun with it. That
Yeah.
doesn't mean it's bad. I just don't have fun.
Yeah, we like interacting with the boards. But all our tables have finished up for the round. We do our
Awesome.
courtesy like 2 minute notice before we pair the next round. I think it's a good time. I need to refill my water, so
Sure.
if you need to get some drinks or do a quick break, quick lap, it's a good moment to do that. So I will personally be right back.
All right. I don't know how many times I'll be playing on the sim, and people will swing at my shields even though they can't win that turn. They're not really putting themselves in a winning position either, yet they're risking giving me a card through burst mechanics, or a pilot that I desperately need, and then they lose on the crackback. You swing at shields to only set yourself up to win. Swing at shields with a purpose. Make sure that you're not exposing your board, because sometimes that character standing active is more important than taking that shield at that time. Second, also, you need to make sure that you set yourself up to trade. So if I'm swinging into shields and that card is rested, that's one card that can't trade right now. Lastly, with that, you don't want to ever give your opponent more cards, right? I mean, this is a game where card economy is everything, from your cards on board to your cards in your hand.
And chat, we are back. Welcome to round two of our first capped out Eagles Nest webcam local 64 players. We're able to showcase a few different decks tonight, and I think that's probably the more interesting way to go about it. We can show you blue white, we can show you red blue, we can show you white green. They've existed forever. But
Yeah.
if we see some other cool up and coming decks doing well, love to showcase those. And we get to emphasize a tall geese here in this deck.
Yeah, and that's a card we don't get to see. So
Yeah, what are your thoughts about tall geese and Zex as a whole, Garrett?
I like Zex. He needs more link units, of course, but I think Tall Geese is just like, it's so expensive, right? To do the effect, like 4 resources is a lot. You can't rush and do it unless you're at 8 resources, and what are the odds of that? So it's like your opponent's always going to get a chance to interact with the card before you pull off the thing, and I think that's the bummer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but we see a Lifrith come down, everyone's favorite and most cost-efficient blocker in the game.
So Ben and I were talking about this the other day. Do you think Liverith or Rezel is the best play on 2 resources and 1 EX resource?
I think it depends on your deck. If your deck is trying to close out game, you definitely want to emphasize Rezel. If you're a deck that's trying to survive to late game for higher value plays, it would make sense for Lifrith. But I think generically, if I don't know the matchup, I'm probably wanting to play Rezel because it can trade into bodies on board. And if I have a Lifrith in hand, it's coming down later anyways.
Sure.
Yeah, what would you say to answer that question is?
My vote was Rezel, his was Liverith. So, because I think Rezel universally is just like puts so much pressure. And unless my deck is like a green-white ramp, like this person right here has the perfect curve so far. We see the Liverith into the Wing Gundam. That's perfection. But like against anything else and into a blind room and not knowing what my opponent's playing, like how this game works, I really do like the pressure Rezel presents.
Yeah, let's see. Risu actually made a poll there for anyone here in chat. If you guys want to contribute on what you think the best 2-drop play is on that 2 resources, 1 EX resource play, you can vote in the comments, I believe is where you can vote for that. But for anyone who's joining us tonight, we have capped out tonight's event. And because we capped out, we'll be throwing in some extra raffles for everyone here in the chat. We also had some donated raffle prizes for people from last week's content spotlight. So if you guys are looking for some goodies to win, unforeseen winner promo from the tournament packs is going to be one of those things we are giving away tonight. We'll announce it towards the final round, so make sure you guys stick around for the stream when we announce that keyword.
And this game's in a rough place already. Unfortunately, our Tall Geese Enjoyer is not off to the best starts.
Yeah, we're a little behind on board, but yeah, there's our Tall Geese guy.
There it is.
Yeah, and it looks like Chet's actually leaning towards Lifrith as the preferred 2-drop.
I mean, I think both are the best thing you can probably do on that turn, so I don't think there's a wrong answer, really. But
oh my gosh, Ale against the Tall Geese, that just erased that whole turn.
I love Ale in green-white. I've seen a lot of people take it out, but man, it's so good. And we see the Siege play to rest it. So I hope we can swing into it this turn. Otherwise, it doesn't really give us much.
Oh, that's a draw 1 burst. I know that. I saw that for the first time at locals.
I actually like that card. I just wish it didn't cost 2 on your turn.
Yeah, because was it like you do damage to a rested unit, I think is what it is?
Yeah, it's close combat, but I think you still have to pay 2 for it. I think it's a 3/2, right?
Here, let me check. I have the Eggman deck builder up so I can check some of these cards. Gosh, what's the card you can call? I know it's a blue command.
Man.
I know it's burst draw a card.
Yeah. And I know it pings arrested for 2, but I could not tell you the name of it.
Signs of a Revolution is
there we
a
go.
level 3, 2 costs, choosing a rested enemy unit, do 2 damage.
So see, it has like worse stats than close combat, and close combat can do it to anything. I guess you could say the burst of drawing one's better than burst ping 2, but I don't think so.
Yeah, like Battle Ace is getting the extra damage on a damaged unit. I guess you can say
Correct.
it's win more, like we kind of said earlier tonight, but also it's an extra damage for the same amount of resources, which matters a lot more. It's not hard to get 1 damage if you're really trying to get that damage.
No, it's not hard at all. And then we just see Corsica come down, which is a base that's seen a lot of play lately.
Yeah, it's definitely become like the premier aggro base choice, just because like you can play a follow to get a guaranteed 3/1 body, but if that gets bounced, you've just drawn the life.
Yeah.
But if you play that Corsica base, you got Tall Geese, which is a little harder to bounce, or you get 2/1/1, so they have to bounce 2 different things at different points.
Sure, it's like the command issue I was speaking about earlier. It's like a command can't swing up board until it can create a body like the shield burst that does that, or this is a base here in Corsica and it can do that. So I think like that and Striker Pack are interesting cards because they create units, and you can swing the game with that unit that's on the board, that token, and win the game.
Yeah, I think the one thing, like I remember during beta format, everyone's like, Striker Pack, this card's insane. This is like an automatic like 2 of in all decks.
Wing
Well,
Zero
then,
goes crazy here, by the way. I just want to point that out.
yeah. But then it's like, well, Ale is such a good card. And when you
Right.
bounce a token, you have no value showing for it anymore. You
Yeah.
don't even get a replay on the next turn because it's just gone.
No, you're totally right. And it's just Ale is just such a card, right? I mean, I love that card.
Yeah, unintentionally showing another white-green operation deck on the other side.
But we were trying to show this really cool Tall Geese deck.
Yeah.
And he blocks because he knows he can just get Wing Zero this turn, wiping his whole board, which makes sense.
Yeah, get the value while you can. Get something off of your opponent's side, or at least put something to show.
But since he's going with Death Scythe first, I imagine he doesn't have the Wing Zero. Because otherwise, you swing probably like the Wing Gundam Bird mode first, because you're going to lose that. And then you'd play the Wing Zero so that they can't use any blockers.
Yeah, or maybe we just don't have it and we're going to be searching here.
That's what I
looks
think. I think we don't have it based on that line he took.
Yeah, crack the base or take a free body off the board because Dragos have 0 AP because of Kira. Now that Wing Bird Mode goes into life,
Mhm.
which you can block it. Is Dragos a 2 AP blocker?
Man, I can't even see. I'm trying to pull it up. Yeah, I think it's
no.
the 2/1, or is that the 1/1? That looks like the 1/1 down there. Yeah.
Regardless, signs of a revolution there, chat comes up. He attacks. He is rested, so it is a perfect lineup of damage there. But I guess it's just protecting your life at that point, and you're trying to stall to get out to your top end, like your Tall Geese. Or have we even seen the second color of this deck yet?
I don't believe we have.
And that's such a like fun aspect of my opinion, at least for the game, just because you can emphasize play style. But if you don't see that second color until like a little bit more late game, it kind of changes the macro of what you should be doing in a matchup.
So as a Digimon player, Eagle, what is like the thing you love the most so far about the Gundam card game?
It reminds me of early Digimon. Like that's what you're going to hear a lot of people say. You have so much board interaction. It's about players contesting and creating board advantage. Like you were fighting for board back in early Digimon. You had like the options that removed like entire Digimon stacks being relevant because how important board tempo was. But with how the games progressed, we're going into set 23 soon. Main set, you're really pushing for a lot of these more solitaire interactions of you're doing so much on your turn, you're extending the memory cage because it's not really a resource anymore like it used to be. And card draw is so free in Digimon too. It's not card economy ever.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone here in chat agrees, disagrees with that. For anyone plays Digimon or comes from another TCG background, but I think that's why a lot of Digimon players have really liked Gundam lately.
No, I appreciate hearing that because like I only come from the One Piece side of things, and I've played a lot of Dragon Ball Fusion World. But outside of that, it's like this game to me just took like all these great aspects of like things that worked in other Bandai games, and it's like, oh, we're just gonna put it all in one here.
Entirely, man. Like you have like the action timing, which is like BSS flash timing. I know not many players, if any players here in chat, played Battle Spirit Saga, but that was one of the cool things about the game. You had opponent turn interaction with flash timing and commands you can use. You don't get that in One Piece, really, unless like you're playing a niche deck that has one like tap a blocker or tap a unit interaction. You don't get that in Fusion World to like that extent. Digimon, you have aces, but you don't really challenge your opponent to play around cards in hand as often.
Sure. And then we see just well, I'm trying to see. It looks like a pilot under that. Is that our first Zex right there?
It's a Delta Plus with the bimodal pilot.
Okay.
Which bimodal pilot is that? It's making me really look at the blue card pool tonight.
Yeah.
And I will say, like, even though we have the big bodies on white green, it's not necessarily like saying it's game over or it's like not playable. Like, it seems like a very playable game. I just don't know how we play macro in this matchup.
Yeah, and I just think the green-white player, though, is just, I mean, that's just a board you have on there. You have the Wing Gundam standing up still. And if we draw into the Wing Zero at any point, we can just freely clear that blocker and deal with this unit, too. By just swinging into it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Signs of Revolution. That has been, I think that's our favorite card right now. I think it's.
I think he's seen 3 copies. Yeah, 3 or 4.
Yeah, 3 or 4. Yeah, no. People were asking on Facebook today, like, why do some people play 3 copies of the card? Don't you just always play 4? Well, your philosophy for 4 is like you have to see it every game. It's what you build your deck around. 3 is like it's so nice. It supplements your main game plan so well, and I think that's what we're seeing here. Like, I don't think it's a focus, but it supplements what he wants to do with his deck so well.
Yeah, I've always heard in games that don't have much draw and search, you play one more than you have to see to win the game, right? Or that you want to play with. Like, I don't ever foresee myself playing 4 Wing Gundams. So if you wanted to play 3, I can understand it. But it's also like such an important card that 4 makes sense.
Yeah, so question for you, because we've seen this in all the other Bandai games. There's typically like 1-drop search effects. We don't have any of that in Gundam. The closest you get is the Path to Victory or Defeat, which is a level 5 1-cost event. Do you think you would play a level 1-cost search events that are like top 2 searches? Or do you think that's like too narrow? Or what do you think the criterion would have to be? Because you don't get a body if it's like just a command.
Yeah, I mean, if we're comparing it to Path, right? Like, it would have to be something crazy like top card or top 2. I couldn't even see it going top 3. Because like waiting to level 5 is like the biggest bummer. Like, Path does nothing in your hand for 5 turns. 5 resources, I should say, since you can ramp. But yeah, I would say it would have to be like top 2. And then is it worth it? I think if your deck was so linear, or the title was like Earth Alliance or something like that, or Earth Federation, we have so many Earth Federation cards, or Xeon, I think it could work there.
Yeah, because we see Zaku Sniper played in like the more mid-rangey Xeon decks. That's just a top 1 search for a Xeon unit. And you have enough where it's a viable search. Oh, we're seeing the link with the Zex here.
Yep.
Got 3 resources, so not enough to restand him, but we're at least able to swing over 1 and get 1 draw.
This turn is exactly what I'm talking about with like, you're so close, but you can't use the effect.
Yeah, what's our stat line on Tall Geese with Link? I actually don't know that by heart yet.
I think Tall Geese is straight up a 4/4, and then Zex is a 2/1.
If it was a 1-2, it would feel a lot better just because you want to battle, you want to survive multiple swings, but we're at a good threshold where we were able to live the swing at least here to get our draw.
Yeah, I think it's okay. Let me ask you though, because this is something that I find interesting personally. Do you think Gundam? I know it's tough when you watch like a Blue White Mirror, but do you think it should be a best of three game? Because like in Lorcana, it's best of three because you play blind. You don't know what you're up against.
Mm-hmm. Well, isn't Lorcana best of two?
It was. It's officially best of three.
Oh, it's best of three now. I
Yeah,
like the
it
idea of
changed that.
best of two, honestly, just because
I did too.
like I don't hate it because it disincentivizes slow play. Because what's the best result if you lose or if you win game one? You get what,
Yeah.
1 point? But if you win game two, you get the full 3 points.
They give you a bonus actually. If you won both games, you got like 7. It was 3 for each win, and then 7 if you won both.
Yeah, so I like that idea. I like disincentivizing slow play, which is why I like the tiebreaker rules in
Yeah.
Gundam so much. I think that's neat. So like people can never say, "Oh, it's entirely my opponent's fault. He played so slow." Well, it's also you, man. Like
Yep.
it's hurting both of y'all if you don't finish a game.
Oh, for
It,
sure.
it hurts your resistance.
And even if someone is like playing slow, it's always on the other player too because you can always call a judge.
Exactly.
That's a pet peeve of mine.
Yeah. But we're going face with the wing
Yeah,
here.
why not?
But to answer your question, best of one versus best of three. I like best of one Swiss and the best of three top cut. I think that's
Okay.
the best of both worlds. I like the fact my locals aren't Digimon locals, where I can have 8 players and take like 4 hours for like a good time locals.
Yeah.
Because rounds are an hour each basically in Digi, and for small player caps, you can basically double the player cap for what Gundam does and finish sooner.
Yeah, that's the struggle, right? Like a Lorcana local is something that I just never went to because I didn't want to play 5 rounds and then, each round be an hour. And then if I finish in 20 minutes, what am I doing for 40 minutes?
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like chat's a little bit back and forth on it. I understand, like, if you're saying for competitive, best of three is the best. I will agree. Best of three is the best for competitive. You will, on average, get your players that do well perform even better on average. But I think
Right.
you can showcase that in like your best of one still, especially if you have a top cut scenario where you can like afford a game loss. Not like you get penalized, but like you lose a game, you can
Yeah.
afford a loss. Like you're talking about your deck philosophy, I think in your video, like, hey, best of one, best of three settings, like you can choose different decks because of that. And like I think you talked about your beta run a little bit. I won't go too far into it because people trying to watch it later, but like it just gives you a little bit more decision making there.
Yeah, no, it does. And like it fits best of three too. I can lean more into like a bit of a high roll, right? Oh, so it's green blue.
Yeah, it
Interesting.
is. It was green blue. It was basically an upgraded starter deck with like a full package at least of
Okay.
the optimal card lines there. We got plenty of time in the round. We can take a look at another table. What are we feeling? Are we feeling something a little bit more traditional? Want something a little more spicy?
As long as it's not green white, probably, right? Since we've already watched two.
Let's see. That's blue white against green white, so we won't do that table. That is blue red against. Let's go to table 6.
Table 6.
Yeah, Reese is already there. He was already scouting.
We got red, blue with 2 shields and a base. In a pretty good position, it looks like.
Yep. Just a response to some chat comments though. 2v2 tournament, when can we do that? WEBCAM 2v2, I'll be real with you guys. I don't think there's a world I can ever make it work. I've tried brainstorming it. I like the idea a lot, but it just is not practical in any sense. In person, I think it's fun. Have you had a chance to play a lot of 2v2s, Garrett?
I have not in this game. I've done it before in One Piece, and they are a blast, as well as the 3v3 format.
Like we're talking 2v2s, not buddy battles, right? In One Piece.
Yeah. We're talking. Well,
Okay.
the buddy battle was the 2v2, but the official like you won a serial for it was the 3v3 format. And me and our national championship champion Jackson Hong won one of them actually. And that's where it's like a team thing, and it's cool because you can communicate and like say, hey, don't take that line, take this line, and like there comes some gamesmanship into it, because are you baiting? Are you being truthful when you say that to them? Like, because they can hear you too. Your audible level is not told to you, like what to speak at. So it's like it's super interesting.
Yeah, I think the thing that makes Gundam 2v2 like even more interesting than like those 3v3 formats is the fact that you actually share the board with your teammate and you're combating both your opponents while protecting your shields together.
Like you both only have 6 shields together, right?
It's eight.
8
Eight in
shields.
one
Okay, so
base.
it's up to okay.
But they both your opponents can play bodies on the same turn, and they're playing twice the bodies against not
Right.
twice the number of shields. Aggro does curve out a little bit better.
And I imagine those games go kind of fast.
Yes, they're very fast. They
Yeah.
at Gen Con, the 2v2 games on average ended around 4 to 5 resources.
Wow.
So it is very aggressive leaning. But the cool thing is you get emphasize different deck building. Like
Yeah.
your green Xeon aggro package is like the staple you expect to see on both sides with 8 char pilots total. But outside of that, white Hawk of Endymion's crazy good in the format.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. I would go Earth Alliance and 4 Hawk, and then just play every link unit you can, and then pair it with your favorite color that's aggressive, like green or something, maybe even. Because I don't think you could ever take the time playing show in that 2v2.
No, you can't. It's so bad
Yeah.
at 2v2. Just because you have to have the cards, you can't have ways to get more cards because you are spending literally your whole turn drawing if you do that.
Yeah.
Which in 1v1 is fine because you have the time to do it. You're not
Correct.
dead on board that often. Like sometimes Xeon can high roll a little bit and like really put damage in, but it's not like a guarantee. Like
Well, yeah, you're also only accounting for one opponent, right?
mm-hmm.
In 1v1, and then on 2v2 it's like, well, now I have to try to think about what both these two decks could do to me when I take a turn off, and that's just so big.
Excuse me. But for all we have like 80 plus people watching in stream tonight. First of all, welcome to the stream. We're in the middle of round 2 of our webcam locals. Tried showcasing a little bit of Zex and Toggies in game 1 here, but we're able to showcase a red blue ping against a Zaf player.
Mm-hmm. The Zaf player just created quite a board as well.
Yeah, this is a board set you gotta be scared of. Like, you got tall bodies, you got blockers, but I think we're going for game here. Like, I don't see a reason we wouldn't. We have so many resources up still.
And the token can swing, and the token can get there because we attached this turn. Yep.
Yep, we are just grinded out. Couldn't get there. We had a pretty good hand coming up. Yeah, we are 1 away from the first strike Banshee, which is absolutely crazy.
I really like Justice. I think it's a card that has potential. Being 2 units in 1 essentially is really nice for card economy.
Yeah, but we have a Zaf player going into next round. Maybe we'll follow them next round, see how they do. Let's take a look. What other tables we got? Got like 10 minutes left. We're probably going to be getting tail ends of games at this point. Table 8's another blue-red player against... Is this another Zaf player? Hey, table 8's a repeat of what we just saw there.
All right, I'm hopping in.
Yeah, it looks like we have a little bit more game, but it is very close to the end because we're both down to like 2 shields or a base and a shield, it looks like.
Both boards don't have much going on, though, so who can get there first? Okay, so it's their turn.
Yeah,
so
but
we
for
see
anyone,
the red-blue going.
Yeah, for anyone joining us tonight, we have Garrett as our co-commentator from Talking Cards with Garrett, one of the up-and-coming Gundam content creators. If you guys are interested in checking out some content, we'll do some sellouts here probably after this game because I don't think we'll really catch up too much more. But we'll also be doing some giveaways tonight, guys. If you guys want to enter a raffle for an unforeseen incident winner card, it is being sponsored by New Type Arena. We'll tell you how to enter that giveaway towards the second final round, but it's going to be subscribing to their channel, subscribing to Reese's channel, just like last week. And then we'll have a few extra things for y'all here in chat too, and for our players as well.
What do you think, Eagle, of those local winter cards, though? I think they look fantastic.
Dude, I think that's winter cards done right. The
Yeah.
only thing that I've wanted more in my life was from Fusion World when they had the gold energy markers. That was
Yeah.
my favorite thing to collect. But the fact that the winter cards in Gundam are unique cards, and on top of that are textured,
Hmm.
and the stamp is actually done well, in my opinion. It's so nice.
No, it is.
Yeah, it
I love them.
looks
Yeah, it
like
looks like.
that's our game there. So we can run through some of our sellouts here, though. But first and foremost, this is our weekly webcam local. We run every Wednesday here at 8 p.m. 64 player cap. We hit that cap tonight, guys. We have been growing every single week for the past few weeks. Like, if you look at us 6 weeks ago when we started season 2, we had 12 or 18 players for a window box. Every single week since then, we have been growing, not just players, but people watching the streams. And we've had a lot of interest in the card game as a whole just pick up because Gundam's in a great spot right now. So kind of push us to the next slide. I want to talk about our content creator spotlight here with Garrett, co-commentator tonight. He's been putting out some really high quality Gundam content. Garrett, I'll let you kind of speak to your content again here for what you've been doing lately and what you're pushing out soon.
Yeah, each week I try to put out a video of whatever's like the most relevant. So this week, today actually, I put out a video on the new type challenges that are going to be happening locally. It's pretty much like a store championship sort of deal. So yeah, go check that out, and maybe it'll help you win a new type challenge.
And I believe the channel is linked in the description. If it's not description, oh, it's tagged in the title. That's what it is. So if you guys are looking for his channel, it's tagged in the title for tonight's stream. We'll drop it in the comments also for tonight. But we'll drop instructions for our giveaways later, just so y'all can catch on and see what you need to do for those. But yeah, shout out to Garrett, though, for joining me tonight as a co-commentator. But we also have Dual Spec as one of our sponsors for our webcam locals. They add sleeves to the prize pool every week. They said, hey, Eagle, we know you for a long time, and we've loved seeing your community grow. Let us have a way to contribute and give more to the players. So I don't get any dollar incentive from this. They said, just show us the slide during your streams, and we will add pricing for free every week for the players. Some players, which ones don't love getting more value out of playing in these events? Yep. And then talking about our IRL event, if you live in the Midwest, we are doing a case tournament in Indianapolis, Indiana on August 31st, $30 per person entry. We will have side events, probably a 2v2 side event or two. Swiss in the top cut. So if you guys want to play some Gundam, compete for some top heavy prizing, this is a good chance. You also get a chance to meet me. We'll have a stream where Risu, and I can't remember if we have a co-commentator for that lined up yet, but we will have a stream for the case event. Yep. And then Sundam, this is our other webcam locals. They're consistent. They have helped us out, get a little bit extra pricing, so we're able to guarantee our X1s every week will walk away with at least 30 points in the prize wall, which is a few entries for locals. It could be a few packs. But they also run their own events based out of Germany. They are open for international players every single week on Sundays, 1 p.m. Eastern start time. Check them out on Limitless if you guys want to join. And then last but not least, I believe, or second to last thing to talk about, our half case event from Eggman Events. He is running it this Sunday. So in case you guys couldn't get in that tournament, Sundam has their event. Eggman has his event. He does have a wait list, so make sure you join his Discord. Check out the details there. But I believe it is 128 player cap. And then there is a top cut, I believe, as well for it. So we're going to get a lot of data, and you said you're going to be co-commentating that too, Garrett, right?
Yeah, and I believe I'll be, I'll be there for Swiss, I believe, with someone else taking over for the top cut, because that event will have a top 16, like you said.
Yeah, it's going to be a long one too. Like, I know we did our best of 3 on-timed finals for our circuit season 1.
I remember that.
Yeah, you watched the whole thing. We went to like 2 a.m. in the morning on like a Wednesday into Thursday. It was crazy.
Yeah.
So I can only imagine how long that would be with a top cut.
No, it definitely makes sense to have multiple commentators. So yeah, no, it'll be fun. Hayden always does such a great job with those events and is really good at supporting Bandai games.
Yeah, like everything's been growing. It's not just here at the channel. It is also just like community as a whole. Like I see the Facebook group growing every single day. I'm so active there and just seeing discussions, and people are so friendly, contributing, trying to help others get into the game or understand where they can improve, which is like a really big emphasis on your channel.
Yeah, it definitely is. And that's my favorite aspect is a good community in a TCG game. So it's really great to see Gundam having that so far.
Yeah. So questions for chat. What are we wanting to see next round? We have like our three standard meta decks where it's like you have blue white blockers, you have green white wing ramp, you have blue red pink, or do we want to like see something else? Try to find something that breaks the meta. I think we had a Zaf player still that was undefeated that we just watched like the tail end thereof.
Yeah, that was interesting. I mean, they did pretty well there to get that win against Red Blue.
Yeah, I think chat's going to vote for Zaf every single time. Anytime we can show Zaf, we can typically show Zaf.
I mean, as we should. I mean, it's a deck we don't get to see as much as others, so.
Yeah.
I mean, do you think it's been figured out yet? Do you think this is the ceiling?
For like
For set one.
Set one, I think we probably have seen the majority of the decks played at this point that are going to be played. I don't think we're going to see anything super crazy. If anything, it's like people figuring out the Academy deck in like a very efficient manner. But
yeah,
I wouldn't go too crazy in depth thinking there's much more to have until we get like a set two.
Yeah, and I believe we get the starter deck 5 before set 2, correct?
Yes, I had to think for a second. I believe it is there. I think the starter decks are both staggered from each other too, which is unique.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're seeing about 2 minutes left in the round. Got about 2 tables left, so we're pretty much on par with what was going on last round too. But for 64 players, we are expecting what was it? I think it's 6, 7 rounds. Totally blank on my powers at 2 right now. I think it is 6 rounds. All right.
Yeah, I think it should be 6.
I know in TRMs they have like all that math done from already. Yeah. So chat says something you're thinking about is Academy with Death Scythe Duo splashed in.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I see a world you can do that because like Death Scythe gives you like super positive card value tempo, and then if you do like an aerial rebuild, you can get even more card value. So it's like a very greedy deck.
Yeah,
and that does well into like blue white.
Duo stats is just, and Soletas are so good. That 1 and then 2 health is just, as long as you can always swing 5, it feels like that's the magic number. But anytime you can get your health above 5, it's just so good.
Yeah, because like a lot of the key numbers we talked about early in like beta format was like 3 to break base, 4 to swing into naked blockers, and then now it's like 6 to break a freedom blocker or more than 6 HP to stop a Death Scythe first strike.
Yep.
You have very few tools that do that. Like, what breaks a Death Scythe's first strike? Like a freedom with any pilot,
yeah,
a wing Gundam, and a wing 0. And I think that's about it. That's not like a Bana with.
Yeah. I guess a Shamblo would with the Soleta or anything like that. Full frontal would survive as well.
Oh yeah, full frontal is a 2/2 stat stick for like I think he has a really good effect for like his costs. Like you look at Bana, you have to play Unicorn to get the draw.
Yeah, I think those cards are good. I just think they take too long to play, and it seems each week the meta is just getting faster and faster.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know that's what Japan has right now for their meta. Like Xeon is like their top format. Like they think it's best deck in format right now to have like even a little bit of red to answer some of the green stuff, like for your board wipe stuff, like your Stanges, your close combats. Like, and that's just like a little metagame circle. Like they're in a very different spot where instead of starting blue light white like we did over here in the US, we played beta. We played a lot of beta to the point where blue white got refined every week. That it was just like our starting point.
Yeah, and that's something Ben and I spoke about the other day. Even was it's interesting because over here it's like we were so experienced with blue white because we all wanted to play Gundam, and that's just what we had available, right? And it's like, oh, what's getting revealed this week to change blue white, and how do you make blue white better each week? So it's like we've gotten used to these control formats, and it's interesting now seeing aggro actually break into it each week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because like for the circle meta, do you think it's like a very clear like if you play aggro, you will beat like green white ramp, but then if you play green white ramp, you will beat blue white, or do you think there's enough variance where
I
you can
think there's an
pilot against it?
I think there's enough variance, you know? Like, I'm gonna mulligan every game as if I'm playing against aggro because it exists now and it's relevant enough. So as long as I can get 2 blockers in green white and a ramp and a body, I could get there. I could turn it. Or if I get a striker pack out of life, like there's so many things now. Like now green white, look at how it's grown. You know, people are running 4 striker pack. So it's like one burst could really turn the tide.
Yeah, and I'm kind of happy that we don't have like a crazy amount of burst effects that are like game defining, like there are in
No,
Digimon.
yeah,
Digimon, you can run into a burst that says "destroy a Digimon." That was game defining in the
that's
early
insane.
days.
One Piece had Beige, which was like the worst thing to
Yeah,
see in the last life because you stop a unit from attacking. It's like you had perfect math, and then all of a sudden Beige is last life and it stops an attack.
yeah, and you're like you were mathing around like any KO trigger, so you're swinging at the
Yeah.
bodies on board first, and then your leader's
Yep.
like, "It's always safe," and then Beige says, "Nah, man."
Yeah, so I mean, there's always going to be those things, and like, what I think is cool so far about the game is that we don't get shields. So it's like, how do you prioritize your card economy as compared to like One Piece, for example? I know I keep referencing One Piece, but in that game, you get every card out of your life, so
Mhm,
and it just goes to your hand naturally. So that's like, let's say I have a 5 life leader. That's 5 cards I know I'm going to get to draw during this game. You know.
mhm. Yeah, but then like contrast it to Digimon. Digimon, you don't draw those cards unless it has a
Right.
effect that says otherwise. Like you just naturally don't touch your security in a positive manner like that. You can heal more, which is like
Right. Security
spending
control,
more
right?
time. Yeah, that
Didn't that
format.
wasn't that a time for you guys?
Yeah, that deck does not even see light of day now. It's way too slow. Like your decks have too much protection now in Digimon where it just can't exist.
Gotcha. I just know it used to run rampant.
Yeah, it was an earlier format thing. It was like a very tech meta call deck, which I
Okay.
really liked that existing. But we should be going into round three soon. We were in overtime with one table. Yeah, we got about 2 minutes left before we have to hit the overtime procedures of how the game resolves here. So
I like the overtime, by the way.
for this game in particular,
Yeah. I like that it's a double game loss if it can't be determined.
yeah, for anyone who doesn't know in chat, there's basically 3 tiebreakers you do in like best of one settings of Gundam. There's slightly more you do for like a best of 3 setting where there can't be like a there has to be a winner is what it is for best of 3. But for Gundam, you have 3 breakers. Whoever finishes the game obviously is like your default, but like it is cards and life, which includes base and
Yeah.
shields. Cards and deck, whoever has the most there. And if neither of those two define the winner, it's just simply a double game loss. They said, we're not going to be giving y'all anything else. You had your time. You couldn't finish the game. Play faster next time, maybe, I guess.
Let me ask you, do you wish it was units on board instead of cards and deck?
So that's such a hard thing because, like, you can say, well, the person who has more cards in deck was more efficient with their card economy, right? But
Good.
then maybe you say it's the person with more units on board progress the game state better.
Or like even interacted at the right moment or knew how to play the overtime better, you could even argue. Like it's interesting because it's like I think there's more interaction with the latter than the having cards left in deck.
Yeah, it's like I don't want to play my OA, I don't want to play my show.
Yeah.
Uh, so that's the interesting thing. But also, like, you're playing one game. It's not like you're going into like a second game, and that's
Yeah.
like the deciding factor. Because it pretty much mocks One Piece or copies One Piece's model of like tiebreakers for best of 3. If there cannot be like a tie, like there has to be a winner. They will have
Yeah.
a way to get there. But yeah, so let's take a look at our standings here. We just hit the 5 minutes in overtime, so we should have players reporting here. Let me find who that player was to follow for next round for our
For
white
Zaft.
red. Yeah, white red coordinator Zaft. I think it's basically the same thing. Yeah. Okay, I have our player locked in for when we get round 3.
Awesome.
Yeah, 64 players tonight though is absolutely crazy.
It's wild. Great
I'm
turnout.
happy we've gone there. Yeah, I'm happy we've gotten there.
I mean, it's
That's
just great to see the game get such a great reception.
mhm. Yeah, I think the only thing at this point, like if we keep hitting this gap, like obviously I have ways to invest in the community, and I've talked with some of my players. I'm like, what do we want to see? Do we want to see like bigger like weeknight tournaments or more of them, or do we want to see like a bigger monthly tournament with like a top cut? And I think they're leaning a little bit more towards having like a bigger top cut event once a month.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, but Eggman's definitely done a very good job at covering what we can't do here at the Eagles Nest. Just saying, hey, I can get these bigger events. I can get a little bit heavier pricing. I know we're all busy at the end of the day, so our time is our resources as well.
Sure. I mean, all of us are doing this just because we find it fun, right? And we want to grow the community and have more people to play with at the end of the day.
Yeah, round 3 pairings were just pushed though, so we should have our
Awesome.
table locked in. Let's see, where are we going? Table 5. Let's head over to table 5, and we will have our game starting here in just a bit. Let's see. Yep, this is our red player here. I remember red was like the slept on, or not slept on, but like the underplayed color in like our spoiler season. Red was so hard to play because you just need a full deck, and like you have Zaft as one deck, and then you have the Xeon engine as like the other half of red, and neither really felt great.
Yeah, I mean, that's why it was such a big deal when Red Blue popped on the scene, right? Like it found a way to kind of make it work.
Yeah, I think that's definitely like probably the last real deck to be discovered in Gundam. Because I know we've already said, like, do we think there's anything else that can be discovered still? And I kind of think we're at the point where everything has been discovered this time. Might have like some niche variants of like one of the defined decks already, but you won't have anything like entirely new.
Yeah, I don't think so, unfortunately. I would love to see someone just see something that I haven't seen so far, but I just don't see with the card pool something existing to that degree, you know, that can keep up with these other 4 big decks we have right now.
Yeah. Is there like a game design territory you would love to see them emphasize for Gundam on future sets, or how do you feel about purple? That's probably a better starting point.
I think purple is interesting, but I want to know, like, there's going to be cards, right? Like a inverse close combat where it's like put 2 damage counters on, deal 2 damage to your unit, deal 2 to their unit, right? Like I think that interaction is going to be fun because you're going to have the cards like that was revealed a couple days ago, where it's like if you have damage on you, you become 2 attack power extra. So you're swinging with 4 attack as opposed to the 2 that was originally printed on the card. So I think that purple interaction's really good and could lead to some hopefully fun things, you know.
Yeah, it's definitely very from Hearthstone. The rage mechanic is what it reminds me of, and that's a space you don't really get to explore in TCGs unless you have ways to track damage. And that's just one of the other things that stands out about Gundam. Like, I love the damage tracking, and the fact that we have that, we can have some other interactions that are unique to the game. Pretty neat, and I'm excited to see how it like really flushes out once it's fully revealed.
Yeah, I mean, when I stopped playing One Piece and I pretty much moved over to Lorcana, that was my favorite way. You know, damage being static, staying on characters in that game, and just how the trades work. Like the system of trading, I really like.
Yeah, for anyone curious about tonight's metagame, though, I don't mind talking about it now since we're like basically halfway through the tournament. Most popular deck was white green tonight. Of the 64 decks, it took about just a quarter of the meta share. Do you find that surprising at all, Garrett, or is that kind of what you would expect?
So I was literally just about to ask you that question because I really want to know what you think, but I'll give my take real quick. I think it's because Wing is the most popular franchise stateside. It was the one that was on Toonami. It was like a lot of people's first Gundam, and I really do think that leads into it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, do I think it's the best deck? I don't think to get that percentage share it is. I don't think so. Like I don't think it's so clearly better than everything else that many people should be playing it, if that makes sense.
I think there's like another factor that's like really important though. Like, sure, it is like a very popular franchise, but also like I think the paths for the majority of gameplay feel a lot more linear than some of the other decks. Like you play blue white control, you have to think about maximizing your resources and your values. But if you're playing
Really?
green white ramp, once you get to your top end, I feel like it helps out a lot.
But see,
Like,
it's the paths you take to get to your top end. Like me and Ben always say, green white's the harder to pilot. I think a lot of people mess up, and I think they take some wrong decision trees on their way to getting to wing zero. And honestly, throwing down wing zero just on curve isn't always the best thing, just because you can do it.
yeah, and it's definitely not taking away any piloting decisions because there's obviously lots of importance and nuances in any of the decks you play. But I feel like it's just like the fact that once you ramp get up to the big guys, it feels really good and it can
Oh,
feel a
sure.
lot easier to play like almost these Mega Zoo style turns. Like if you come from Digimon or if you're playing, gosh, Buggy in One Piece, like you play your big guy, you play the best big guy per turn. Sure, you're not taking multiple actions to get there. I guess you were talking about ramps. There is a little bit, but like once you get there, it feels really good, and I think that's why people really like it. On top of the
Ye-
fact that it feels maybe a little easier than trying to think of math of like red, blue, pink. Like compare that to Sokka, it's like
Well,
there's a
I think
lot more there.
I think it's also just, and this is my point about the decision tree. Show me a deck that has like every keyword, right? It's green white.
That's true.
Seriously, it has breach, it has blocker, it has first strike, it has damage spread.
Has high
I mean,
maneuver. It doesn't have
it has high
support,
maneuver.
but it has enough.
Yeah, it has literally almost every keyword. So it's like, how do you? It has damage reduction if you play Kira. It has you can't be damage reduced with Duo. Like, there's just so much to the deck.
That's true. It is a pretty good toolbox. It is a very good toolbox. But like, I guess it also like if we're talking about all the meta decks, where do we think the uh where do I put it? This in like proper terms, like the difficulty of each deck comes into play. Like, do we think blue white control has complexity to it, or do we feel like it's just a play the blockers and that's all you do type of deck?
No, I think it has a lot of complexity. To me, if you were to ask me, I think blue, white, and green, white are the hardest decks to play at a certain level. You can always just play the best card in your hand every turn and win games. Sure, you can do that. And I think that's what you were trying to say with the green, white thing. Like, a
Yeah,
lot, yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
That's what I was trying to say.
yeah. And
That's
I
a
can
much more elegant way to put it.
yeah, I can totally understand that and see that. But like same with blue white. Blue white can do that, of course. Like blocker is just an insane keyword. Freedom is literally like an unbeatable stat monster. And so like yeah, these decks can win that way. But it's like how to navigate those paths. And for green white, like how do I navigate that knowing I don't play show of resolve? So I can't ever get more cards. Like your cards are what they are. And it's like, where do I find my win con as fast as I can? Because I need to start pushing my win con as soon as I realize what that is.
Yeah, and that's a really good way to put it. Like, one of the points you talk about in one of your videos, because I watch your content, just full transparency. Like,
Oh, I
if I have
appreciate it.
someone here in the stream, I fully support what they do, and I love just like different aspects of it. It's the card economy aspect of like that's what make blue white and green white probably a little bit more difficult because you are playing card economy every time you play those decks.
For sure. Like Wing Zero is our show of resolve in that deck, right? Meaning that if with one card I can remove three cards, that was my +2. Like
Hmm.
that's or +1. Like that's how you get like cards back, if that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think collectively we're getting a lot more refined answer. That's part of the fun of having these different guest speakers every week here. Like, it just helps me like get a better perspective, maybe even think about different angles I wasn't thinking of before.
Yeah, and I mean, for me personally, I know, some people have cut Ale out of the deck, but that's why I keep it in green white. It's just such another line of play, like in a tempo play at that.
Do we have 3 damage counters on our Buster Gundam? I think it's there. Yeah, that's Warp swinging a 3-2 into a 1-4.
And this is like even though it's pretty low to the ground, this is a nice board on the Zaf side here.
Yeah, we have all our support units. A lot of things I think are really nice about Zaf. You're HP heavy on your units.
You are.
So when you
Yep.
support, you don't feel awful if you get swung into. Like a Zaku sniper going sideways, 1 HP, no attack. It feels pretty bad. But all your Zaf units, they can actually like sustain damage.
Yeah. And what do you think about the other, I guess, meta contenders, red, blue, and green, blue? Then
Red Blue is a deck I think is really fun. I think it does have some, depending on which of the variants you go. If you go for the more control aspect of like you're trying to play late game, you're always wanting to clear the board like a Sakazuki play style. It can be a little bit more difficult, especially since levels a high consideration factor people forget when they play Red Blue, because Marita can't ping something that's a higher level than you.
right.
But if you play like the more low to the ground version where it's like very aggressive, you just ping everything so you can turn cards sideways into the face. It's probably a little bit on the easier side, but I think the deck building has a little bit more decision for whether it's a harder or easier deck to play. And then we can say like Xeon or aggro is like the last color, or deck combinations like it's aggro. End of the day, you're turning cards sideways 90% of the time, besides like a niche decision where you're holding off for a turn for a reason.
Yeah. Yep. And I think, like, I used to always say in other card games that, like, aggro actually has so much nuance to it, right? Like, one mistake in an aggro deck and you've lost the game. Like, there is no forgiveness. Like, I think blue-white is actually the most forgiving deck because, like, its worst lines are still better than what most decks can do. Like, it's just very good. But in green blue, it's like if I messed up or I swung when I shouldn't have, and then I get punished because like they burst or I missequence something somewhere, it's like you are so punished in that deck, I think.
Yeah. I had a question for you. Totally blanking. It'll come back. But yeah,
Look at
it's just like the macro. Oh, I know what it was. I was going to ask is like we've talked about Swiss and Top Cut. We've talked about playing against pilots of different skill levels. Like it's a very different game if you're playing Swiss day one an event versus Top Cut day two an event. If you're playing the same matchup, it could be an entirely different experience just because the player's skill expression is just that different.
for
Uh,
sure.
how different do you feel that's going to be for Gundam? And do you think you're going to be making different plays because of that? If you're playing in a top cut versus a Swiss.
I think so because by top cut you probably know what you're playing against, right?
Mhm.
Like that's the biggest factor in the change. Like in a Swiss round in a regional, let's say, I probably won't have the time to do scouting, which you see in some other card games where you're playing blind. But so what do, right? It's like I said earlier, I think you mulligan for like your aggro matchup if that's like your worst, or you mulligan for whatever you're most afraid of, or think you'll see the most of. And then outside of that, you're just playing your opponent once you get to that point. But in top cut, that all changes because it's like you're going to expect this person to take certain decision trees based on how they sequence, how they attack. Does that imply they don't have this card? Are they baiting? Like you're going to another level with it because you know that they got here and they were good enough to get there as well. Where like maybe in a Swiss round, you let that slip for a second or something.
Mhm. Yeah, one thing actually we could talk about there is like we're playing Swiss right now, and it's a WEBCAM locals, and
Mm-hmm.
we saw Peaceful Timber come down. I don't think I'm ever playing against that in like
Yeah.
Swiss on average. Top cut, if it's like open decklist for it, which I kind of hope it is, if it's top cut for events, because not everyone has a big team to scout with. Um, it can just matter so much more of like having that equal advantage. Of
Yeah.
course, surprise factors won't matter as much, but just having it as like an even playing field. How do you feel about that? Do you think if top cuts happen, they should be open deck lists, or do you think it should be just a resource of knowing at least what the deck is?
I think because of scouting, you have to do open deck list. Because it's a resource some people have and others won't. Or maybe let's just say the whole tournament streamed and I've been on stream 4 times, like, but the other guy hasn't been, and things like that. It's like, well, that's unfair to me. You know what I mean? People have seen my whole deck, and I don't get to know what I'm up against. So it's like you get these weird like punishes for that type of environment if you're not showing the deck list. But at the same time, what's crazy is like, what if someone brought some spice? Like we just said, there's only 4 decks. What if there was a fifth? And that dude had it all figured out and is hoping on you not understanding what he's trying to do. And then all I take is one scan of a deck list, and now I just read the deck like a book.
Yeah, you've dissected his entire game plan. You look at like one of those combat Michaelis decks, and it's like, hey, guess what? I know all the things I can be punished by, and I can play around expecting to see some things. But on average, I can play around all of them, if most of them, if not all of them. Like you're saying there. In Gundam, I think it's really just like what command timing cards there are right now, right?
Yeah, I think that's a big factor, and I just think it's like, I mean, just right there, we saw Peaceful Timber, right? So am I ever playing around that? No. But does it exist? Can it happen? Of course.
I don't think the card like even matters when it does come up. It's like, cool, you stopped an attack unless it's going for like game when there's like one shield left. Like, what else is there to like be scared of? I feel like it's
Right.
pretty straightforward.
Like one thing that I try to play around now is Siege Ploy if I'm going against blue, right? Like what doesn't hurt me if it gets rested? Is there a right way to sequence as opposed to wrong? Like the same sort of thing you should do when you're swinging at shields, like, oh, low unit first because this other unit could clear a base if they burst a base. Like you just have to factor those kind of things in when you can.
Yeah. Hmm.
Oh, and the Zaf player just looks like they get there.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of makes sense if it's an aggressive low to the ground deck, which we definitely saw support come up so we could break bases at
Yep.
better thresholds. But yeah, that is Zaf making it into round 4 undefeated. Probably
What do
one
you
of the more slept on decks right now, or underplayed.
For sure. What do you think of the support mechanic?
I think support's pseudo rush in this game. Like, unit comes down, you can grant its attack power to a unit
Yeah.
without putting itself at risk, which is really cool. I think it's a keyword that we could definitely see more of. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a keyword that gets splashed in every color to some extent.
Yeah, I definitely think just like my guess is based on other Bandai games that blocker will be not like limited to white really. We've already seen splashes in blue. So I imagine that'll come over to a couple other colors. Maybe not. Do you think it should stay with a color type
No, I think that keyword's fine to bleed
to move
through
over?
others.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think white's really more focused on AP reduction than anything else.
Yeah, I mean that's what they've shown us with Kira and Unforeseen and things like that. The whole Soletta line is also like that's what the units do, so
And I'm taking a look, see what other tables we got. A game at table 3 if we want to go there
hop
that we
on.
can have in the background because I know that game finished kind of quickly.
Let's see what we got. So are you surprised though to see Zaf doing so well? I mean 3-0 right now. That's not bad.
It's not bad. I'm curious, like how much of it comes down to like it being a good spread tonight. Like if you're seeing more wing decks, maybe it's a little bit better to wing. Because like just talk about like I think the biggest weakness of those wing decks is like low to the ground aggro decks. That's why you see like blue peen coming up so much because like your Zwart blocker doesn't mean anything to a Marita Link with a Kshatriya. You can actually trade into the big bodies with Kshatriya if you really have to.
Yeah, and I think that's another good point. And I think that's what even makes support cool, right? Is like you're trading maybe a 3/2 unit into a Kshatriya with 5 health because you just supported it or something. Like there's a whole bunch of interactions that exist like that that I think are really, really unique.
Yeah. Yeah, we just saw the RX pairing effect giving the gem one more attack so it could trade into that Rezel. And it looked like it actually had taken 1 damage previously or just did a trade over something where it's like that gem got enough value on board talk about even just the concept of card tempo and the card economy. Pretty sure it's doing well here, and we are being faced down by a pretty aggressive side from our opponents of just persistent bodies pressuring us. We're down to 1 shield and 1 base.
Yeah. And meanwhile, it looks like our red-blue enjoyer here is at full shields almost. It looks like they've only lost their EX base.
Yeah, it's mostly cards in hand. Got 1 card in hand on our bottom player side, but we got full 5 on our top player side. So there's a world we can see like it just be a pure comeback because we've answered the board so well. We got our end of turn repair and RX that should happen.
And that's mandatory, so.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? I think that's
real
another
quick.
cool
Don't
thing.
forget repair and RX.
I think that's a really cool thing in Gundam is that all effects are mandatory, like a perfect, like an ale. You have to resolve those effects if possible. Do you enjoy that, or do you like the May keyword that's in like one piece on every effect?
I personally like it just because like it rewards you for playing well if you know your opponent has it. Like one big thing in blue-white control matchups is like put your units to 1 HP. What's your opponent going to do? They're going to play perfect strike and bounce it because they have to.
Right. And to speak on the way Taidana plays it, it's he had the pingers in there as well with the Anksha for those moments, you know, because that's one way to kind of win the trade.
Yeah, yeah. Forcing those awkward 1 HP scenarios is like just good piloting to reward them against like these mandatory effects. But also, I get at the same time, it's like, man, it feels bad. Like it's a room they can power creep in the future by literally reprinting Perfect Strike but making it a May effect.
Yeah.
But I personally like it though.
But I like it. I don't even think you need the reprint and a May effect. Like I like that the cards must do what they say. Like I think that's interesting because it puts the onus on both players in a way, because now like how do I time my perfect strike? You know, when does it become good? When do I get the most value? When does it become bad even? Because there are moments when a perfect strike is really bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I also think it makes it easier for like a lot of judge calls too. This is from my perspective. He says, she says scenarios. They're so annoying because a lot of times it's like my opponent didn't declare they're using this effect, and their intent is to use an effect, but they just maybe didn't verbally declare it well. They maybe pointed at the card or put a dice on the card to indicate that they gained a stat buff. Guess what, Gundam? You just have to, man. Sorry, man. He gets to do it because the card says so.
Right.
But then I guess that comes into, well, he already did it, but you know, there's only so much you can do as a judge in those scenarios of rewinding, making sure the board state makes sense to have certain scenarios. Alas, I won't rabbit hole too much there.
No, it's an interesting perspective because when you have to make a judge call, you have to go back through the lines of play that have happened. And because of the mandatory effects, it's easier to track that back with Gundam, is it not?
It is so far.
Okay.
Like one thing that came up at Gen Con was my opponent's at the wrong resource count. And I'm like, okay, let's walk through. What did we do for first few turns? First of all, are we playing ramp decks? And you see, okay, no ramp decks on either side, so we shouldn't have any weird one player being ahead by so much. What were your last few turns? And then you can walk it through. Well, I played discard. Okay, that makes sense here. 7 resources. Checks out. You tapped out.
Yeah.
Your opponent on the other side, they went first. Why do they have 6 resources? Or why are they at 7 also? It should be at 8, you know? And then it just makes it so much easier for those judge calls, like you're saying, because it's mandatory or it's just easier to rewind and do investigations, is what we call them.
Yeah, and I mean, that tracks for me, and that makes sense. Like I said, I like the keyword of it having to do whatever it says, you know, no keyword of May. I like that. I do. And then it looks like here that our blue player is just really blue-red player really far ahead here.
Yeah, I think they're technically both blue-red players. It's just one's emphasizing cyber new type ping, the other is emphasizing Probably a little bit more.
Sinanju.
Yeah, red
Yeah.
Xeon, Neo Xeon. That's what the red side is. Close combat. Are we getting punished here? Oh, we are for the.
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't matter. They both had 2 HP left, but it's not game now
Yep, it's not game.
because I'm assuming there's a link in hand. Oh, it's going to be a unicorn. Do we also get the restand effects?
Looks like well, we definitely have the connector. So let's see. Attack. Does he go to the? Yep. Yeah, he's going there to see.
Yeah, just show us 12, and then you got game man. I think is
Yep.
what he'd say.
I mean, definitely does.
Yeah, there we go. Then
Yeah.
12 there on the show. Yep, restand and go for game.
Yep.
That's just better tall geese, right?
I mean, I think so. I think so, and cheaper. I mean, there's just, I don't see a world where tall geese is good yet. I really don't. I hope it gets better with cards that come out, and it looks like that they'll continue to support, like the sets and the shows that they represented in set 1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that's our game there. We got about 12 minutes left in the round. 8 tables still playing it out. What do we have going on? Table 1 still playing. Guess we can hop in over there.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I know you said earlier in the night anything but green-white for the next few rounds. So now we have green-white beer.
Yeah, at table 1.
Yeah. But yeah, we're playing the big glowing cards in our hands sometimes. And in this one, I think the mirror probably has a lot of skill expression for green-white.
I think so, just like blue-white, right? I mean, blue-white mirrors are a world of their own, in my opinion. That's where you get to really see, like, what kind of pilot they are.
Yeah. One thing I like about Gundam, I think it will always, or at least in set 1, if you're playing a mirror, I think it will express who's the better pilot in like 90% of games. Maybe aggro mirrors could be a little bit different because the variance of like how much a high roll could be impacting on each side, but
Sure.
I think for the most part, average game, better player will win a mirror match.
Yeah, I mean, outside of your crazy stars, like, oh, I drew a hand of a base before pilot, so you know, you just didn't do anything with an unplayable hand after your mulligan. Yeah, I think so. It definitely has so far felt that way, at least.
Yeah. For all 107 people watching us on stream tonight, we're in the middle of our round 4 on stream, where we are showcasing, or sorry, round 3 on stream. We showcased a few different decks so far, and we're halfway through our capped out webcam event for tonight, which is absolutely crazy. If you guys are joining us for the first time, co-commentator for tonight is Garrett from Talking Cards with Garrett. He's been posting content of basically up-and-coming relevant things to be aware of for the Gundam TCG if you're playing in certain events, if you're trying to understand macros of games more. Just lots of what I would say is good bits of advice, especially if you're newer to TCGs, or even if you're experienced. There's something to take away, I feel, most of the time if you watch one of his videos. And just having his insight here tonight makes it a lot more fun, changes dynamic up from every week. But in addition for tonight, we do have a few raffles we will be doing towards the end of the stream in the final round. We are going to be raffling away an unforeseen winners promo, courtesy of New Type Arena. To enter that raffle later tonight, you do have to be subscribed to them and subscribe to Risu. We will be telling you the keyword to enter for that. But we will also be raffling away a playmat from the was it like the resource box? The Gundam playmat has the 4 different characters. So if you guys are interested in the playmat also, it will be the same criteria to enter that giveaway as well. So make sure you guys are sticking around to that final round to enter that. But yeah, so that is, we're still in the middle of this game.
Yeah,
we're just
green, white,
halfway through
mirror.
the tournament. Yeah. So what do you think is the biggest defining like plays or lines you're going for in the mirror match for green and white?
Since we both see that they're on similar version, and by that I mean they both run Ale, which is a big decision point, I think, in the deck. I think it's winning the Death Scythe Wars, as I call it. Like, whoever can get the most value out of Death Scythe usually takes the game.
Mm-hmm. And that makes sense because it's like your biggest like card premium, your card advantage. Wing Zero, it's good in a lot of matchups, but not this one as much.
No, the only good thing in this matchup about Wing Zero is if you have a hero, because 8-9 is just a monster.
We see 7 damage on that. Even
Yeah.
he has taken a few hits, you could say.
Yeah, and that's where you start to get the value out of it. And also in this mirror match where you see they're playing Ale, it's like, oh, I can take a hit too, because you have to double clear this, and you know that could be the only thing you can lift. Like that could be exactly why we don't see a pilot on this Ale right now on the opposing board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just set up in a really awkward scenario. Let me go ahead and do some scouting, see what our undefeateds are looking like for tonight. So we have
Is Levi still undefeated? I saw he was at table 9.
Levi is X1 tonight. So he
Okay.
lost, it looks like round 2 tonight. But yeah, I mean, it's a big player pool tonight. Lots of players competing, definitely getting practice for that Eggman event coming up this weekend, or getting ready for their new type of event challenges as well, which I'm excited to play in some of those. Gotta get the aerial for my personal collection, I know.
Yeah, those winter cards that were also awarded at the first combat event, they look great.
I mean, I think Gundam's just like had amazing pricing as a whole so far, even at the locals level.
Yeah, the art is just fantastic so far in Gundam, I think.
Yeah, but I'm scanning out some of our undefeated players. Looks like we got a good amount of red, blue, ping. We got our one Zaf player still. We have a 1-year war aggro. That's probably making it a little bit difficult for these wing decks, not to mention that we have a wing deck team kill here at table 1.
Yeah.
And then our other table that's undefeated is another wing deck mirror. So another wing team kill.
I mean, when you said it's making up, what was it, 30% roughly?
25% roughly.
25%? Yeah. When it's making 25% of it, you're going to get that for sure.
Yeah, and just to like compare it to our, I don't think I even said the next leading decks, like blue, red, ping, and blue, white, the unicorn tempo, which is like playing all the sword strikes, is like your next most popular deck, both tied at like 15-16% of the metagame. And then everything else trickles down.
So I really want to hear your take as a blue-white enjoyer and as someone who playtests with Taidana all the time as well. What do you think of the new blue-white sword strike version that, you know, I'll give credit to Levi where it's due, really kicked off that movement?
It's cute. I really enjoy the concept of it. Sword Strike lets you be very aggressive. It gives you a lot more like blowouts against aggro matchups. Do I think it's the best build of blue-white? I personally don't care for it as much, but I have played it and I have tried it. I think the unicorn package feels really good when it goes off.
Yeah, I think it's super fun. I think that's the best thing about it. I think it's a really fun deck.
Yeah, 100%. Like, if you're trying to find like a way to break out like the more stale blue-white decks, I think blue-white tempo with the unicorn package is super fun. Like, once you get the Bana online with your unicorns, you don't need to play show or OA. You're drawing and have your show effects via Boniger.
Yep. And it's just fun. It's like all the interaction, the early game interaction you get from like the perfect strike. Do I use Hawk? Do I attach Hawk to it? Where do I get value? Or do I have Kira? Do I use my Kira early on the perfect strike and use the Hawk just for the command to get early game tempo? Where did I push too hard or push too little? It's just a really fun deck, I think.
Yeah, I've played it a good bit, and if I'm playing in a tournament, I probably wouldn't bring it myself because I do enjoy the more traditional blue-white or red-blue-ping. I've enjoyed red-blue. I have my own little spin on it. I like having G-Fighters in there with a little bit of Sayla package because if you have enough targets, it makes sense. If you're playing against blue-white control,
I'm big
on one body. It's nice.
I'm big on the Sayla. That's one of the cards that I wanted Ben to play on his Sunday first combat. I was like, I think you should put Sayla in there. It links with the gun cannon, and we found that like gun cannon on curve was just insane. Like it's such a tempo play.
Yeah, and like right now when I'm playtesting these decks, just for anyone who doesn't know, I think it's great to start with net decking as a starting point.
Oh
But
yeah.
once you realize there's like other options, I like including them in my deck as like higher count ratios just to see how do they feel. Does this card ever feel dead in my hand? Did it come up a lot? I'm not playing 4 Vesalius in my first build.
Yeah.
I'm playing 1 Relu and 3 Vesalius. Okay, Relu never came up. Maybe let's try cycling out. Let's try Corsica base now. Let's see how's that feel. And just when you're playtesting and you're wanting to see how you want to lean towards your variant of a deck, I think trying out ratios of new cards helps out a lot.
Yeah, no, it definitely does. And it also can lean into your play style, There are some card decisions, card points that lean into play style. Like for example, we look at red blue right now. Are you playing the version with Battle of Aces? Or are you playing more one drops in those spots?
Mm-hmm.
One's more aggressive and the other's more control. And it's what are you trying to do?
Yeah, I think right now I'm probably leaning a little bit more towards like the control side with the Battle of Aces.
Yeah, I
I,
mean that's what I like.
yeah, I personally think it's more fun, but I also don't think it's bad to go the other way too.
No, as we've seen, you can win either way. But I enjoy from a playing perspective as give me as many lines as possible. I want to feel like I'm playing in this box and I get to make it all work. However, and I like the extra lines, if you will.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we do have all our tables concluded before overtime hit. So we have our
It's fantastic.
courtesy 2 minutes for players before we get the next round paired, which ends in a minute. So we actually finished before the 4-minute mark. That's nice. That's something you don't really get in your best of 3 Digimon games of everyone finishing
I
early.
believe it.
Like at best, you're finishing before overtime hits, like an average night.
Best of 3 is a lengthy venture.
Yeah, it is, and that's one thing that feels really nice moving into these best of 1 games, where it's like I have time on my weekend nights. I can play these bigger tournaments. It doesn't feel as draining. Yeah, 112 people watching tonight. Crazy show, guys. Hope you are
It's
enjoying
awesome.
it. Crazy player base too. 64 players playing of the 64 player cap. We went through a wait list today to get some people in. But same time, same place every week in case you guys are looking for some more gameplay action. If you want to get in on it, I know we have other webcam hosts as well. Lots of ones I definitely would strongly recommend. But tonight we have Garrett from Talking Cards with Garrett here as our co-commentator. Provides so many strong insights and really fun angles to talk about of the Gundam card game here. Because every week, if it's Risu and I yapping every time, we might be going down rabbit holes way too often.
Hey, I think as one of your weekly watchers, I think we all enjoy that now, though, and anticipate that. Like we look forward to it. And I just want to say real quick, shout out to you guys. Everything you guys do for Digimon, everything you've been doing for Gundam since beta. I mean, no one's really supported Gundam like you guys have from the jump. Like weekly beta events that I've followed. I mean, me and I know the Daniel, who's
Florida
a judge as
crew.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he supported locals for so long in the beta format, and these Eagles Nest events were a big inspiration in our locals and trying to keep that lifeblood going because the beta period was a long time.
It was, dude. It was. I wish they did the ordering a little different. I wish they did the demo decks, and then after the demo decks, you would go into the beta set. Just like you start getting more as you go into it. But
Yeah,
end of the day, I enjoyed it. I thought it was fun, and I'm happy with where we're at now in the community that we have together.
for sure. And it's great to watch your guys' success and watch that community just continue to grow.
Yeah. I say let's head over to table 2.
Let's
Table
do it.
2, we get to showcase a 1-year war aggro, and I don't think we've had a chance to showcase that yet.
No, we have not.
Yeah, we get to showcase not green white on the other side, so I think that's a double win.
There we go.
This isn't the table, but look at that playmat. Risu, I love you, man. I'm guessing we're looking at the bottom one where it's like the TCG Chaos playmat. Naruto guy with all the cards. Waffle House? Oh, was it Waffle House? I missed that. Yeah, but we can showcase probably the fastest game we'll be showcasing tonight. I know the Zaf
Probably.
into Wing player was pretty fast, but I think this is going to be the peak of speed here per se.
Yeah, and I mean, we kind of spoke about it a little bit about green blue. You gave your take, and I've talked about it, but it is a very powerful deck at the end of the day. While it's not my favorite to play, it's there's no denying that that deck can just take some wins.
Hmm. Yeah, I know we've talked about this so many times in stream before with Risu and I, and you probably have your own thoughts on it. But the fact that set one aggro isn't the default deck to play because the game just wasn't designed around
Yeah.
the non-intended strategies, it feels really good. But we're able to showcase it every once in a while still too.
Yeah, I think it feels exactly right. Like aggro should always exist. There's a reason for it. For example, like now it's making green-white players run things like striker pack. Like you have to change, you have to adapt to aggro. And there should always be like this balance between aggro and control and how they coexist with each other and how a format grows and gets deeper as it progresses because of those coexisting.
Hmm. Yeah, it's just like so many options, and I think that's one of the best feeling parts of this game. And I
For
can
sure.
sing to the choir about that, right? That's what they say, sing to the choir.
Yeah. No, I mean you can. I've been most impressed so far, I think, with just how good the game feels. Because there were times in the beta format it was like, well, you went second and you just have so much more advantage than me, yada yada, and it just felt like that at times. But like the set one to me just feels so different. It feels fresh, it feels good, and it's everything I'd want really from set one of a card game. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, but talk about the game here on hand. Our Xeon player at the top, we opened Zaku 2 with a Zaku 2. We didn't open with a 1 drop, which I think you can forgive not having that because you don't play too many of them. It's mostly like the Zaku 1s you'd be playing
Yeah.
at this point, right?
I mean, the fact that this was essentially their first turn on two resources because like they didn't hit that, this is perfect, right? Like you get to clear the base still next turn and you get to swing through shields. Um, and that's all you ever really want to do as the green blue player. But what do you think about this as someone who enjoys playing red blue? Do you mind the green blue matchup? Because personally, I think red blue might be the deck that has like a positive percentage into it, one percentage.
I think it definitely does.
Yeah.
The reason I think it does is, first of all, you have better board control tools. And it's not like the bodies are going to be doing a lot once they're removed. When I said it's not like a layered bodies. Once you remove the board, you've basically won the game. And having a naked gun cannon that can be paired this turn, you can force interaction into their board. Like, you're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, and I agree. And this is like one of my reasons I think if like aggro becomes more popular, I would even increase my Battle of Aces. Could you imagine if one of those burst targets were Battle of Aces right there? Just remove that GM he just played down. That's why sequencing matters. There is no reason to play the GM down or really the
Not good
Charzaku
to if you know
before
you're
swinging.
swinging.
Yep. And
Yeah.
I just want to talk on that really quick. Like this player is, 3-0 right now heading into round 4. They played a great night and it could be late, all these things. But that's why sequencing matters right there. They didn't swing at shields at the right time. You do that first and then play those down because if I had Battle of Aces, I'm taking out either one of those two units.
Yeah, and I think we can talk about this from like a One Piece perspective. Like, it's a pretty similar thing. You don't want to really use your dawn before you have to. You want to
Yeah.
make the most informed decision possible when you're playing the game. And what does that look like, making the most informed decision possible? Well, if you're playing a One Piece game and there's a blocker on the field, you can swing like with your least dawn invested turn just to see what they do, what they react with. Are they giving you a bunch of cards out of hand? Are they blocking it? That can tell a lot about what you do with the rest of the turn. But like in this scenario, it's like, well, you just get punished. You don't have any reward to playing the way you did.
Correct. And I think we're laying it to One Piece is really good too because like if I see you pitch 3 cards for some reason because you can combo out of hand in that game. If I see you do that, it's like, well, you gave me a lot of answers about what's in your hand right now or why you would play that way, right? And you can then use that. So it's like you try to get all the information early and then make your decisions.
Yeah, another thing too is like depending on the decisions they make from your no dawn investment, you might be playing for board the rest of the game because you just drained 3 cards out of their hand from that one attack they didn't want to block. Now you can grind them out, and once you grind them out, that's when you take advantage for game.
And to speak to that point, it looks like it's what's happening here, right? Red blue just cleared 3 out of the 4 bodies on the blue green player's side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it doesn't matter what we have. Like, sure, we can do another damage to shield, but like, what advantage are we getting? We're going to be losing this body because there's so much repair on the other side. We might just lose here now.
Yeah, and I really like the repair mechanic so far in this game. I didn't know how good it was at first because it just felt like I'm not getting much utility when everything can already swing and kill my RX-78 just straight up. But being able to clear units, stay alive at a reduced health, and making a bigger unit then trade into that RX-78 does feel really good.
Yeah, I think repair is probably one of the best keywords they can have in this game because it incentivizes so much board interaction.
Yeah. And that's what you want out of a game.
Mm-hmm. That's what I miss about early Digimon. Like, you interacted so much more with the board early on.
Also, let's point out this is not a fast green-blue list. I mean, we're seeing Anksha come down. That's something new for me. I haven't seen that in these low to the ground aggro green-blue list.
Yeah, I think the reason you would include it is because you're expecting people to value trade over your units. If you're doing that, you're going to see about 1 HP more often. So clean them off so they can't swing into your next few bodies. It makes sense to me in a world.
No, I'm not saying it's wrong at all. I think it's interesting. I'm just saying it's
It's something you
potentially
haven't seen.
slow. Yeah.
Yeah, it's more value oriented, I guess. Is that the right way to say?
Because let's say that instead that card was a 1-drop and then they were able to play a unit turn 1 instead. What's the better value? I mean, I don't know the answer to that. I haven't played enough reps. But I think this person's presenting an interesting question by including that Anksha. And to your point that you said earlier, it's like, well, let me try my own thing with this as the mold. You know, let me add these Ankshas in, see at what ratios it actually starts to matter and where it feels right.
And we're going for shield here. Do we feel like we have to be going? I guess you can't grind forever because there's only 1 unit. I guess that's fine. You can't swing into more units there. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
It's like, is that the right play? Oh yeah, you can't really do much else. Yeah, that's fine. Checks out.
And then we know that this green-blue player is only has, I believe, 2 cards in hand. So we're kind of playing that war of attrition.
Mm-hmm.
But this is where, like, the game's so weird with green-blue. It's like you don't feel bad where you are, but you also only have, I believe, 2 or 3 shields under that base.
3 shields, yeah. So yeah, you have to be going for game at some point. That is one thing that matters a lot in these card games. Like, you can't play for board forever.
Or you get punished by Amuros and things like that.
Yeah, see an Amuro here, so we can tap a guy and we can start pushing base. I think you're probably pushing face with this board because you get him down to 1 shield.
Yeah, I think you do. I think you just go for it.
I will say, I think Red Blue has done a really good job of stabilizing the board, but we've also been seeing the stuff paced out really well too. Base second to last life, you're really hoping that's last life, but drawing the last card is better than not drawing it too. So
yeah, and I think here we're still like in a bad position as Red Blue. Like, we can't have blockers come down. It's, what do? We can clear the board, but we're come to a point where it's like they can start playing things down, and probably the biggest card in their deck they just played down.
Also, yes, chat, that is That is the Incredible Hulk with a Gear 5 Luffy and a Beyblade on his desk. All the little things you get from WEBCAM locals. I remember back in the days before TCG Plus was a thing, as a judge, deck lists were done through Google Forms, and it's like people taking a picture of their decks, and you get so many like toes going through deck lists in a day. And like, man, I'm grinded out from looking at all of these decks. There's only so much you really want to do in the day. But,
I don't miss the Google Sheet days.
Yeah, I definitely don't. And that's one thing I've always loved about Limitless. Like, it organizes everything. It's a lot easier to go through it all. Yeah.
And right here, we're in a spot as Red Blue. Let's see what they can do to try to clear this board. Otherwise, we could be looking at game.
Yeah, it's a very difficult spot. Ooh, Marita with the Kshatriya is really nice.
It is. It won't clear the Gelgoog, though, unless we can... Nope, I believe we're tapped out, right? Yeah. So we don't have a way to clear the Gelgoog. That's the problem.
Yeah, but there's only one card in hand. It's impossible to get a double link this next turn, unless we give them a pilot off a life.
Right.
But you do have to swing at some point. Like, I've said it before, and I'll say it again, like, you're not going to go for a game without swinging.
Yeah, and I don't know how many players it's hard to tell the dark colors are in our blue players.
I think we're doing fine on resources in their hand.
Okay. Clear that.
You probably swing your Repair RX into the other unit because you're going to finish off all the damage being repaired. And then you'll start committing the other bodies into life. So one thing I think a lot of players don't really think about or haven't needed to think about yet is how much do you go for life when you're closing out the game? I think you've actually talked about it in one of your videos, like,
yeah,
you don't have to swing at shield because you can swing at shield. Sometimes it's correct to stop going at shield.
Well, like right there, they have 4 swings on board. They're presenting the red-blue player, so he's trying to set up that he can win game next turn. So getting him down to 3, I understand right here. Unfortunately, they just hit a base, right, and got an extra card out of it, though.
And that could give them the link for game.
Correct.
Like, you pitch any Xeon unit, and then you have, like, a link if you high rolled it. You just have it at that point if you have it. Yeah, we had 1 card in hand. We drew for a turn. We got the card off of base. It all checks out.
Yep.
Yeah, and like you're forcing him. Like, if you
now, if we don't see a link,
turn, you have to trade. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Because now you're presenting game on board.
And it feels bad, but yeah, you just gotta go for a board here in this scenario. You have to pivot that game plan. But yeah, it's just one of those things. Like, you do all your decisions with the board first before you like play out the cards in case you get some new information you didn't have before. And then we just had 3 units. Yeah, okay. So we could have done a link to break the base, but like, you just give them a chance to play another base. If you do that,
has a char even been played this game though?
I don't think so. Oh, yeah. So, yeah. You don't even get the effect anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, for all 125 people watching the stream tonight, welcome. We're in the middle of round 4 of our capped out 64-player webcam locals here at the Eagles Nest. Talking with me today, we have our co-commentator Garrett from Talking Cards with Garrett, giving us some extra insights, different perspectives on some of these matchups. Hope you guys are enjoying it. We will have some giveaways and raffles to everyone watching the stream. We will be doing it during our final round. New Type Arena has donated an unforeseen winner or unforeseen incident winner card from the turn packs to raffle away to people on the stream. If you guys want to enter that raffle, make sure you subscribe to Risu so you can comment, first of all. Make sure you're subscribed to New Type Arena's channel. And then we will tell you the keyword towards the end of the stream. During that last round is when we'll start collecting all those entries for the giveaway. And then I also have a playmat I'm giving away to y'all on stream as well. One of the Gundam resource playmats from the Black Box.
Oh, and they just hit Char off the burst. Do they have a link? Does Red Blue have a link to win the game this turn?
Ooh, we're seeing the reverse.
Otherwise, Blue Green is gonna get there.
Kshatriya.
All right, let's see it.
See. Oh no!
No! Oh,
Yeah.
Green Blue just won. Yep. Because they have the Char. Yep.
Dang, that's not what you want to see. But yeah, our judge is going to be doing deck checks on both the players here. So if we want to like, what do we want to see? Where are the undefeateds left? Yeah.
Well, you find that. I want to just shout out, like, that was a good play by the green-blue player to swing into board when they did with that Gelgu and to do that, because otherwise red-blue was presenting game on board. So that was really good.
Yeah, definitely the correct play there. Like, sometimes you have to pivot what you're doing as the aggro player. You don't always
Correct.
Just point face it, call it game. Let's go to table 3. Check out our Zaf player. That's what they're playing.
Ooh, and nice.
This is a board state you walk in on and you think, I think I know where this is going now.
Yeah. It's crazy to see these Zaft boards when we've just jumped into the game.
It's like, how did we get here? Maybe we need to follow them next round if they win this round, which I think it looks pretty favored for them right now.
It looks promising, to say the least.
Yeah, there's a Sayla. That was one of the cards we were talking about. It was a pretty nice tech card for your red-blue decks, especially if you emphasize more generic links. G-Fighter being a good generic one. Gun Cannon being one of those generic ones. I think the Delta Plus is even like Earth Federation generic link.
It is.
Yeah, so it's just some different options you can consider as a red-blue player.
And our Zaf player takes it.
Yep. There you go, Chad. You got to see Zaf this round. You happy? What's our table 4 looking like? Table 4 is a wing. Oh my gosh, we had double wing queue again at table 4.
So if we don't see wing at the top tonight, we know why. They all took each other out.
Yeah, just team kill into team kill. Do we want to watch that, or do we want to watch the table 1 match?
Probably table 1, because I think this is about to be wrapped.
Sounds good. Let's hop over to table 1 here. Oh, it's the Waffle House playmat, and I think the game was wrapped already.
Yep.
Okay, we got, 17 minutes the round, so we went through a bit over half the round so far. I don't know if we'll get much else at top tables. Yeah, it's just table 4 for undefeateds right now. I know didn't vote for it. Let's see, is there any other table that's doing well tonight that would be fun to showcase? That's a wing mirror. We're not going to do that. That is the blue-white unicorn tempo against an academy deck. So if we want to go like, it's table 9 here. Let me check table 9 before I say we go there. That might be more fun. Might be a little rougher on the stream, but if we want to hop over to table 9, we do technically have some different decks. When I say rougher on the screen, I'm talking like it's just a smaller playmat. Like, I think it's actually a mouse pad.
Yeah, and that camera might be 240p, but
yeah.
But it looks like there's a wing 0 on board with hero, so that's never a bad place to be. But our white-blue player does have a decent board.
You know, I think we just saw a bunch of Demi Garrisons get dumped there, or we reset.
I think so. 2 and a Death Scythe, it looks like, if I am seeing this correctly.
Now, that's a take on white-green. I don't think we've talked about is like just that hyper-aggressive build. We talked about the Strike Dagger being a little bit more aggressive leaning tonight.
Yeah.
But I think we're going for game. I think it's like 2 shields in life. So that's the one thing about the best of one. You just always catch these tail ends of matches.
Yeah, kind of the nature of the beast sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then one more swing. Oh, Striker Pack Last Life.
Yep. So I say we don't have the token on board, so we gotta make a 3/3 blocker token. I think we got 2 more swings, so it is same diff in the end.
Striker Pack is a good card, though.
Yep. Probably the best burst effects you can get besides like a last life base.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be up there. I mean, you just create a body. It's a body with burst, like a unit with burst. That's how I look at it.
And that's one thing I can definitely see them doing more with in Gundam in the future is the use of like burst effects at this card to hand.
Yes, like I want to see units that say add this to hand. I do not want to see units that say play this card as a burst, though, because like
That's a massive tempo swing.
it's so big.
For anyone who comes from Digimon, it kind of reminds me of security rookies, like, or the security champions. They're just like the 2 lines where you get like a big body out life, sometimes where defeat comes up. But like for the security rookies, you don't play out the rookie in Digimon. They all have a cantrip effect of like a draw 1, tap a guy, just very minor, and then you add the card to hand. And that's how I think you would probably see more in Gundam. I don't think it would be play out this guy like you're saying.
Yeah, I hope not. I know piece there were some yellow characters that would. That's like the one that messes with security, so to speak.
Yeah, Cat
Your
Curry.
life.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a few characters that can come out of life, and I know that's just such a big tempo swing.
And it feels bad sometimes because like you can be playing as well as you can. Oh, I love our players going through the instructions. There's like, did I not
Yeah.
But yeah, so we have 4 undefeateds left tonight. Had a pretty big player base, the biggest one we can have for tonight. We have 1 red blue ping player. We have 1 blue green 1-year war aggro player. So aggro's on the uptick right now. We have a Zaf player, and then we have the guaranteed wing player from table 4.
Yeah.
4 decks. That's actually really cool, though.
And one's new, one's Zaft.
That is true. That is true. This is the meta watch, right?
Yeah. Maybe they figured it out.
Yeah. But we got, like 13 minutes and around 8 tables still. So it's a good time to run through some of our, what we call sellouts here. So Reese, take us away. Starting with Wednesday nights. This is the Eagle's Nest. Same time, same place every week. Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern. We have the Discord link in the description. So if you guys are looking for information where you can sign up for these tournaments, we run it through Limitless. Information is dropped in Discord every Sunday. We will share our week of events, not just for Gundam, but Digimon as well. Risu is the host, and then I am the tournament organizer, I guess you could say here. We have a great time. But here as my co-commentator tonight, we have Garrett from Talking Cards with Garrett. He has provided lots of great insight. He's created so much high-quality content for the Gundam card game. Not to mention, like, I don't know if I said this yet, but all your content is driven by, like, results and data. And when I say results and data, you talk with people that have won. You won my beta Altar tournament. You had 2-3 people from your test group win new type challenges at Gen Con. Like, there is results behind what he talks about. It's not just someone who yaps because he likes the card game. You like the card game for sure.
I definitely do.
You guys have results with it. So if you guys are looking for more Gundam content, definitely check them out. It is our community spotlight for tonight. But some other things to talk about for Gundam. We have, thanks to New Type Arena, we will be doing some raffles tonight. He is adding an unforeseen winner card. So unforeseen incident, if you guys want to enter a raffle for an unforeseen incident winner card, make sure you subscribe to him. We'll put his YouTube channel in the comments here. But to enter that giveaway, we will be doing it during the final round. Subscribe to his channel, subscribe to Reese's channel, and we will give you a keyword to enter during the final round of tonight's tournament. But we also have Dual Specs. This is a sponsor of the channel. They are donating sleeves every single week to the players. No cost for the players. No dollar incentive for me. They're just genuinely good guys that are invested in this community that want to add more value for the players every single week. And then talking about some IRL events. If you guys are from the Midwest and you're looking for a case tournament in Indianapolis, my LGS is running a GDO1 case tournament towards the end of the month on August 31st. So if you guys are interested in playing in a high stakes tournament, definitely come over. We will have some side events probably too. If you see me, I have some fun goodies to give away to y'all as well. But it'll be a great time and it'll be worth the experience. And then we also have a few other webcam locals. We talk about Eagles Nest every Wednesday, but Sundam is every single Sunday for their Gundam Fight online webcam locals. They have a lower cost for their events. They're international friendly, and they're able to give out packs every single week as well. Once you acquire so many packs, it's free shipping internationally. If you're within the EU, I believe it is just a lot cheaper and quicker to get those packs. But if you guys want to check out the Sundam Cruise tournaments, every single Sunday, 1 p.m. Eastern start. And then talk about probably the biggest Gundam event we have, period. Like of all the grassroots events, Eggman has a half case tournament of GDO1. This is a 128 player cap. I believe it did hit that cap already, and he has a wait list. You can find all the information in Eggman's Discord. But this will be a very fun event. Garrett's going to be commentating through the Swiss rounds, I believe is what he said there. So definitely check it out. If you guys can play in it, awesome. Again, the event. If you can't, at least join the stream with Eggman and Garrett. Yeah, Garrett, we almost made it through the whole tournament tonight. How are we feeling?
Feeling pretty cool about it because we have the one Zaft, and then we have 3 unique decks, as in they're not all Zaft. So it feels good to have 4 different kinds of decks in our top cut, if you will.
Yeah. And like the metagame looks like is going to be like the 3 big decks of white green Operation Meteor, red blue pink, blue white Unicorn Tempo, which is like the new version of blue white Control. But then you have a few other decks that are like kind of rounding out, but this is definitely the standout for tonight, the Zaf player. And I think they're actually seated number 1 right now for the best like resistances as well.
That's awesome. Let me ask you though, as a blue-white enjoyer, especially the blocker version, what do you think about the blocker version falling so out of favor? I mean, we saw this being the deck that everyone played at one point.
Yeah, I think it's just purely from the fact there's so much green-white around that it is a pretty rough matchup if you don't practice it. Like, there's the 2 angles. You either have to identify you're the aggressive player and you're swinging face a lot more aggressively on them, which I think is probably the generally correct way to play it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or it's the fact that you have the stars align and you can have freedom set up with a Boniker underneath to like answer a lot of the big swings that be coming down. It doesn't get touched by Wing Zero. It doesn't get nuked by Death Scythe first strike.
But yeah, I personally...
It's bad. It's a bad matchup in general, though.
Yeah, it definitely can be, and I guess that makes sense. I still am kind of surprised, though, that we just don't see more blue-white blockers. I really am, because I still think it's fantastic. I really do.
I think it's probably one of the most consistent decks, if not the consistent deck to bring to a tournament. Like, if you're playing, like, what is it? Like, if we have a 5-12 cap event, that's 9 rounds. Like,
yeah,
of those 9 rounds, you'll probably always see your gameplay with that deck.
Yeah. Nope, I agree completely. I mean, 4 resolve and 3 to 4 overflowing will do that for you.
Yeah. Yeah, it also could just be the fact that players don't want to play on like a weeknight. They just want to play something a little bit quicker. Uni actually has some contribution here in the chat. Many players are drinking Nostalgia Cola, and Green White Wing is the target for that. Also, the matchup is pretty bad. Yeah, checks out Uni. I mean, I think it's what Garrett also kind of said tonight. Thinks it's a little overrepresented maybe right now, but it's a deck that has weight to carry it too.
Yeah. No, I mean, obviously I'm a green-white enjoyer myself. I just find it really fun. But I'm just surprised that blue-white blockers is what feels like, and I can't believe I'm saying it, being slept on. So it's just interesting to see that.
Yeah, but I absolutely love seeing it. We got a Zaf player we get to showcase. Like, all the undefeated decks are unique right now. Like,
yeah, no, they are.
Talk about a healthy metagame and everything's playable. Like, I don't think anything's that bad of a blowout matchup. Like, we talked about blue-white against green-white. it's unfavored, but it's not a blowout every time. You have ways to play it. You can pilot it correctly.
And this is set one, mind you. Like, this is a, I mean, this is a pretty damn good set one.
Yeah, I agree entirely. We got about 5 minutes left in the round. Got two tables still playing. I think it's a good time to take a quick break, get a refill of water. I know I'm out. Take a quick lap around, use the restroom. So, anything else you want to say before we go to a break, Garrett?
No, just, thanks for having me here, and it's been fun so far.
Yep. So we'll be back chat with top four. So stay tuned. Giveaways in the final round.
I don't know how many times I'll be playing on the sim, and people will swing at my shields even though they can't win that turn. They're not really putting themselves in a winning position either, yet they're risking giving me a card through burst mechanics, or a pilot that I desperately need, and then they lose on the crackback. You swing at shields to only set yourself up to win. Swing at shields with a purpose. Make sure that you're not exposing your board, because sometimes that character standing active is more important than taking that shield at that time. Second, also, you need to make sure that you set yourself up to trade. So if I'm swinging into shields and that card is rested, that's one card that can't trade right now. Lastly with that, you don't want to ever give your opponent more cards, right? I mean, this is a game where card economy is everything, from your cards on board to your cards in your hand.
And we're back, guys. Top 4, round 5. We're going to be showcasing some more of the Zaf player going against the 1-Year War aggro. I think this is probably the more interesting of the two matchups. The other is Red Blue Ping against Green White Wing. Wings kind of had a rough night tonight. They've had so many team kills, and then after the team kills, I think they probably have what's on paper their worst matchup.
Yeah. Probably, I would say maybe it's green blue. I think red blue you can actually get there more often than not. But it is tough. It is tough. But we're definitely watching the more interesting game because Zaft is cooking tonight.
Yeah, I think it's the first time Zaf is just like made the potential winners run. 100 y'all watching stream tonight. First of all, welcome. Round 5, top 4 undefeateds, 4 unique decks at the moment. Like, it doesn't get better than that.
Yeah, and we'll see if this Zaf deck can deal with the speed of green blue.
Yeah, I'm actually curious, like, what your game plan is. Like, I always like understanding the macro of a matchup so I know how to be playing it or what I'm aiming for. And like Zaf is just like in a spot where I don't quite always understand what you want to be doing with the deck. Like, I know the gimmick is support with the coordinators and you can push damage and you have like this weird like mid-rangey board control. And I think that's going to be like the emphasis of this matchup. Like, now I'm like talking out loud.
Yeah, I guess my question though is like, does Zaf do anything better than red blue? Like, why would I play it? As opposed to that, because that can also give you that mid-range board control interaction type of style without the support. Through the use of like Rezels, gun cannons, Gundams, and Amuro, and then pinging the right damage. So it's interesting to see what they believe works here. And we see the nicely statted 2/2 unit come down there. So we do have a way to respond at least to this Zaku 2.
Don't mind me typing out some notes for my judges too in the judge chat for tonight. They've been doing deck checks tonight, and I just want to make sure that we've hit all the unique players.
Nice.
Man, happy to report though, no one's failed a deck check yet. So
that's great. Love to hear that.
Yeah, people playing with full integrity. These events, like I said, we have a full staff tonight. We have 3 people working on the TO and judge side, and I've really enjoyed having all my like not just players, not just watchers, but even judges being really into the community and the events as well.
Yeah, that's great. Damn, 2 overflowings to start here for our Zaf players, so they are digging. And I believe they just played the card that can gain first strike as well. Yep, they did. The 2/1. That gains first strike when swinging into a level 2. So that's going to be a nice card here, especially if our green-blue player doesn't have any way to ping with a gun tank or the Anksha we saw earlier.
Awesome. Just getting all the giveaways lined up for tonight too, because we have a few of them going on.
And then we see that the Aegis Gundam was hit off that shield. And I don't mind seeing that go away. That card is not going to do much up.
Gosh, Aegis is a card I totally forget exists because it's like, it's just the Zaf card that is in such an awkward spot a lot of the time.
Yeah. It reads really well, but at the same time, it just doesn't feel great to play.
Yeah, like, I can see it doing okay into the wing matchup. Like, okay, you can ping one of their big guys and then you'll get the trade, but you just have to give it so much to getting that every time.
Yeah. It feels like the breach unit's better most of the time.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I think the Aegis MA mode is like probably the best card in Zaf for this matchup. Pending you get like the link with Atherin. But we have the 3-1 that says like win attack and draw one trash on, I think is what it says.
Correct.
We can trade 2 bodies into their 2 of their bodies.
Yeah, because the other one has first strike, so we can actually make it to where we keep both bodies on board. And that's exactly what they're going to do.
Oh, shoot, that's right. Yeah, if you battle level 2 or lower, I think it is, you get first strike.
So, yeah, we keep the Charizard on board, but really right now, it doesn't make any difference to us because any unit just takes 1 shield. We don't have a base. So, it is the better move to keep your board there. But if I'm the green-blue player, I don't feel bad about where I am right now.
Yeah.
Likewise, I don't think the Zaf player is in a terrible position either.
Yeah, it's a playable game. It's a very playable game for both players.
Interesting thing is, you run white. Do you have blockers in this deck? Because at some point that could start to matter. Or do you even play striker pack? I think if I see the color white, man, maybe right now is a good time for striker pack. And the Charizard just swinging at shields. Makes sense. And then we do get that ping damage I alluded to earlier to take out the first strike unit. That was a 2-1 unit.
So, question for you, Garrett, because obviously you've played webcam events. I know there's been some IRL events. Did you get into any of the upcoming Gundam regionals?
I got into all of them.
All of them. Okay, so we'll see you at Card Fest. We'll see you at LA, and we'll see you at Vancouver. I think it's the Canada one, right?
I think it's Ottawa, actually.
Okay, you'll be in Canada.
It's something like that. I'll definitely be in Canada. Definitely be in Dallas. I don't know about the LA one yet because that's my wife's birthday, so it just depends if she wants to go to LA or not.
I think you could probably convince her.
It's like 2 days before is her birthday, so it just literally depends on her, so we'll see.
Yeah, but you definitely you'll get your fair share.
Oh yeah, it's looking good. So yeah, no, I love to play, so and I love to play competitive events. So I'll definitely be trying to do as many as I can. I'm hoping my buddies Ben and Daniel can take a break from judging and join me as well.
Yeah, I'm hoping I get a chance to play sooner than later also. I know I'll be contracted for Card Fest. I don't know what I'm doing out there yet, but I'm judging something and then shake out from there,
Yeah, and I know, for example, Ben and Daniel will both be occupied as well for Card Fest. But that's to be expected for Card Fest, I gotta say, the green-blue player's in a pretty good spot. Only 3 cards in hand, but 3 pretty good units outside of the token. Two really good units, I should say. But I don't know if this Zaf deck has a way to truly interact with this stuff well. Yeah, we trade with the token. That doesn't feel great. And I believe the Zaf player only has, is it 2 or 3 shields left? I'm trying to see that die. I think it's 3.
It's a 3. Yeah, I think it's a 3 there.
So if that's correct, we shouldn't lose this turn, at least, so.
Yeah, I can drop this in the stream chat also.
So we've seen the Angsha show up and be relevant again for another game. What do you think of it so far in this list?
I think it makes sense. I don't hate on it at all.
No, I think it's interesting, and if anything, it gives you like another body that with a pilot can become a 5 attacker, right? And if anything, you're a little low on those.
Yeah.
And we're just going to see the Xeon player here pretty much go for it. I like the Corsica too. It's a unit as a base. And still have one up for something. Yep. Another GM. Yeah, we've really emptied the clip there. And I don't know if our Zaf friend here is going to have a way to deal with this stuff.
Like, I know it's white, I know it's red. Like, Ale Kira could do a whole lot here, but
Sure could.
I don't know if we've seen that package at all.
So could Sword Strike even.
Yeah, Sword Strike with a link does a lot here too.
No, but instead we get the one that gets you search like what, top 3 and play a unit?
I have to look up these Zaf cards.
I think it's top 3 and you get to play a level 4 unit or lower, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like that's what they're doing. And then what's this pilot? Yazak Jewel. Once returned when link is destroyed. Draw 1.
Yeah, it's pretty good, but they have to have a pair unit on the board. So like if Amara was under the RX, then that would be good to go. And you would draw a card.
Gotcha.
But we can now bust her up and give our dual Gundam breach. So that feels good when we're swinging into a unit we also are dealing breach damage. But there's a proper way to do this to maximize, because what stinks is we won't be able to destroy Corsica unless we swing with our Gundam that has a pilot to it into the Corsica. But we don't want to do that because we have to trade at this board.
Yeah.
So we're not even getting the ability to really maximize the breach damage, unfortunately.
Yeah, so support. Are we using those little tokens to show all the support that we've given to our units? Is that what those little pebbles are? They're not
I guess.
Pebbles? I was going to say, it's kind of funny if it is. I would have never thought about that.
Probably going to trade in here and deal some breach damage. But it stinks because we're going to go with it as the dual Gundam.
Yep, so we'll trade there.
Yeah. That doesn't feel good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you have too many options, though, to like.
No, you don't.
What you can. Like, we're not dead to board. There's 2 cards in hand, so they're almost out of steam. That's also kind of nice.
Yeah, but we also only have, 3 shields as well, so we're hoping for a little magic.
Yeah. 1 base of life can go a very long way.
Because they drop at 3. If those are 3 more units coming down, not much matters. Nothing on the first one. Do we get anything on the second one? Oh, we get a Kira, so they are on Kira.
Okay, that's promising.
Yes. And our last shield. Do they have a link unit? Link unit wins game.
With 2 cards in hand having exact link.
Oh, another Corsica. So they get the two units. Yep.
That goes hard here. Like, that makes it so hard to answer the whole board.
Yeah. And the show.
Oh, they're a
different deck. They're a different deck. Yeah. I love to see it. This would be how I would play green blue. This is super cool.
Yeah, that is definitely not something I would expect to see on one of these decks. I have access to a deck list. I'm still surprised. Yeah, I guess there's a point where it's like there's only so many cards that like you guarantee want to see, and it's just like your filler at that point, maybe. Where it's like it gives you a little bit more of that mid-rangey value that he's aiming for.
Yeah, and he's definitely like, and that's what I said when I saw the Angsha. I'm like, oh, they're going a little more mid-range. And even with Corsica, some, favor the fall mail where you just get the token because it's cheaper and it only costs one. But this is just interesting.
Yeah, obviously there's piloting decisions that have been very good for the macro.
For sure. And also, I mean, you're not usually too mad to see a show of Resolve.
Yeah, I'm just curious on the counts he has.
Yeah. I wonder if it's a 4 of or not.
Yeah.
Which we probably shouldn't or can't reveal because, like, gameplay's still going. You never know.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm personally not, but if you're building this deck, how would you be taking the approach?
So I think if they're still playing in aggro slant, which it seems like they are, I think 3 show is fine because you only would want to see 2 and you'd probably want to see it late game, and you want to cut down on your risk of like seeing 2 show in your opener because that sounds awful when you're trying to play the game you are as green blue. So max I would hope is only 3, but we'll see. I mean, this deck might not even be running 1-drops, like level 1 drops.
Oh yeah,
because we haven't seen one yet.
That's actually an interesting point that you bring up. Yeah, it's just like we want to have quality dorks, which is weird to say and think about, I guess.
Yeah, so it just depends on how much they're leaning into that mid range would account for your show amount.
So I think of like red blue ping decks, and they're not always capped out at 4 shows because they are more aggro slanting. So it would make sense if like I'm comparing those 2 decks side by side. We're not focused on spreading damage. We're focused on just building a board as cost efficiently as possible, min-maxing the stats almost per se, right?
Yeah. Like this game has already gone on way longer than I thought it was going to be honest with you. But that's also because I think we're playing like this more mid-rangey green blue.
Yeah, where it's not a total shutout if we're just going one way, which is probably the nice aspect of this more hybrid build, more mid-rangey build.
Like, yeah, like what do you do right now if you're the Zaf player? I really just don't know how you get rid of these two tokens. I mean, I guess a base is probably your best friend.
Sorry.
Yeah.
But they still have a 3-card hand. Like, what's to say they don't have a 4-card hand on green blue player side? So what's to say they don't have a Link and a Pilot or anything after they played that Corsica?
Yeah, regardless of what happens here, you have to be trading into the bodies on board. You have to have a base too. Like, you don't have a base, I think it's just game.
We'll lose that unit. That stinks.
Oh, this Buster came and trade over the bodies that are rested right now. So
no, unless they get supported.
I guess. Okay. If we get an Atheron, we can answer one of the guys that's standing, but it's not enough. Like typically, if you could, you're always going to address the guys that are standing because you can't swing them to normally.
Yeah, and I'm going to assume he's going to put the Kira onto the Buster to take out the GM. Okay, so he's going to breach into that. Interesting. Because you would survive if you swing into the Tallgeese token.
Resources, play like a base too.
And you get a base at some point for sure.
Buster supports Buster, so you can trade into a guy. Kira, that's game. Yeah, you can't do anything.
Yeah,
you have no way to replenish your life.
Does Kira give a rush? It doesn't give. Oh, no, okay, it's just using the support and then going to scan back up. Yeah, because it's an operator, which is funny.
Yeah. In case you're curious on Limitless, we call it a white-red coordinator, I think is what we call it.
Coordinated.
Yeah.
That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, 133 people watching right now. Looks like sadly that is the end of Zaf's perfect run, but they're doing very strong tonight. Like they're undefeated as like top 4 players right now. We got one more round after it. There's a good chance they can finish like in like second place, even if the resistance is that crazy.
Sure. And this green blue player, not to just focus on the Zaf player, has a real interesting build as well. So, cool to see that, this late into the tournament, 2 little different lists there.
Yeah, and just like one thing to emphasize, every single deck in top 4 right now is a unique deck. And that's just power of like how strong a format is with strong pilots, and there's still more to figure out, you can say. Looks like Fable 1 also concluded, so
Yeah. Looked like red blue won.
yeah, which I don't think we're too. Oh wait, no, I don't think Red Blue won. I think Wing won.
Oh, did they not? It looked like they had shields left. Okay.
I'm looking at who reported it. Looks like it reported that the Wing player won.
Okay, cool. Interesting. So that we'll get to see the control versus the aggro. Well, I mean, maybe aggro mid-range, I should say, green blue. So that'll be interesting.
Yeah. Looks like we are getting a deck check at our table 1 here. Looks like Risu found our good friend Levi playing at table 5. Just wrapped up his game though there. So yeah, where are we looking at in the round? Got 12 minutes left in the round. Got 8 tables left to report. All the top tables have reported or just are reporting. When I say top tables, I'm talking like the X1 bracket for the most part.
Sure. I think that's interesting too, is that how long that game took. Like 12 minutes left in the round at this point isn't where I expected to be when I heard green blue,
Yeah, for sure. But it is a good chance for us to run through our sellouts just real quick because we're kind of in a weird spot. Don't have enough time to really showcase a game. But with me as co-commentator tonight, we have Garrett from Talking Cards with Garrett. Co-commentator, I've said lots of results behind all the stuff he talks about. There's either cards behind the results showing, hey, we've won events. I think you have like 2 or 3 of the first combat rebuilds from Gen Con of the 8 available. That's pretty good.
Yeah, the guys did pretty good up there.
Yeah, excited to see how the regional runs go for you and all your crew. I'm really excited to hopefully get a chance myself to play some point in the near future. I know I'm contracted for a few events in the upcoming future, so it'll be a little bit for me. But some other things to talk about for tonight. We will be doing our giveaway with thanks. Shout out to New Type Arena. They have donated a winner unforeseen incident for our viewers tonight. To enter that raffle, you do have to be subscribed to their channel. It is pinned in the comments of the stream, and you have to be subscribed to Risu. Risu, is that our keyword we have to type, or is that just the channel? Okay, New Type Arena is the keyword to enter the raffle tonight. So if you guys are subscribed to both Risu and New Type Arena, that's how you get entered into a raffle for the winner unforeseen incident. I am also adding a raffle for the playmat from the Gundam resource box, the black box. I don't know what you technically call it, but it's a Gundam playmat. It's an official one, and I see everyone in chat is typing away right now. But while you guys are doing that, before we go on a break, I guess is probably what we're going to be doing here sooner or later. We're here every single Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern, same time, same place every week. We hit our cap of 64 players tonight. So I'm really excited to see how these results end up. 4 unique decks in top 4 is really cool, and 2 unique decks in the finals. Like, I don't think we could ask for better results. And then just talking about dual specs, every single week they donate extra pricing to the prize pool. No cost for the players, no cost for me. This is something that they're doing from the bottom of their hearts. They enjoy this content, they enjoy the game, and they want to see it grow and do well. So we have sleeves for some of our players each week. Yep, and then selling out one of our last 2 things here in Midwest. If you guys are looking for a case from it for Gundam, we will be running one in Indianapolis at the end of the month. It is held at my LGS The Dugout. $30 per person. Swiss into Top Cut. We will have side events, so it will be worth y'all's time. Definitely come out and check it out. And we got our folks over at Sundown. They run events every single Sunday, just in case the events we do is not enough. Check them out every single Sunday as well. The links are on Limitless. And then Eggman has his half case tournament coming up this weekend. Garrett's going to help co-commentate with it. So definitely check out. It'll be fun.
Yeah, it'll be a great time. It's just all these cool community events always happening. That's just always pushing, the game forward in a unique way. I mean, tonight, look at the turnout. I mean, that's insane. Does it show how many? We have 118 people watching. I mean, that's pretty good. At 11:06 on the East Coast here, so it's not too bad. It's good to see people want to watch more Gundam stuff.
Yeah, definitely a lot of stuff coming out here lately for Gundam. Sorry, I just responded to some of my judge messages. They had some questions for me and try to make sure they're taken care of. But yeah, so if you guys are trying to enter that giveaway, there's two things we give away. It is the winner, Unforeseen Incident from New Type Arena. Shout out to them for adding it to the raffle for just viewers tonight. And then I also have a playmat for y'all to give away in case you guys are wanting to playmat from the resource box from the cons.
That's a nice playmat.
Yeah, it is. I think it's the only official Gundam mat we have besides like the content creator ones for like the world premiere of Gundam.
Yeah. And then we get the wing ones in March that we bought.
Yep, and then you have the Card Fest ones with the which were Mercury characters. So that'll be exciting. I think that's probably the one I'll be using. It looks so clean, and WFM was the first like Gundam series I actually went through and watched entirely.
Oh, really? Mine was probably Zeta. Yeah, because I did the movies for the OG series.
Okay, I've heard lots of good things about them. So, like, honestly, I don't think I've heard anyone say like there's a bad Gundam series.
Yeah, I mean, I've loved all that I've watched so far. Zeta's probably my favorite, though. That's been really good. Or Double Zero. Double Zero is really good.
Yeah, that's one I'm going to be trying to hop into once I get a little bit more free time. I also kind of want to hop into the Wing series because I know it's so popular here, so I can join the conversation at least.
It is pretty popular.
Yeah. So going into our finals, how are we feeling about Aggro against Wing? That feels like a rough matchup on paper, right?
I mean, if they've gone this far, though, they've probably played Aggro 2 or 3 times already tonight in one, I'd have to imagine. They played Red-Blue last round, so they probably know their way around it. And my guess would be they're on, maybe 8 with Ale, 12 blockers, and then on top of that, maybe 4 striker pack. That's 16 blockers. If it's our one that we've seen play Perfect Strike already, that's just even more to the list. So I definitely think there's ways around it. And if they are on the Perfect Strike, maybe that token interaction comes up where you get to lift the Zaku token. So we'll see. I think it's anyone's game for sure, though.
Yeah, and that'll be exciting to see roll out. But I think we've ran through everything, and we're about ready to hit our finals. There's 4 tables left, 5 minutes left in the round. I want to take this as my final break to get one more lap, get a glass of water before we hit that finals.
Sounds good.
I don't know how many times I'll be playing on the sim, and people will swing at my shields even though they can't win that turn. They're not really putting themselves in a winning position either, yet they're risking giving me a card through burst mechanics, or a pilot that I desperately need, and then they lose on the crackback. You swing at shields to only set yourself up to win. Swing at shields with a purpose. Make sure that you're not exposing your board, because sometimes that character standing active is more important than taking that shield at that time. Second, also, you need to make sure that you set yourself up to trade. So if I'm swinging into shields and that card is rested, that's one card that can't trade right now. Lastly with that, You don't want to ever give your opponent more cards, right? I mean, this is a game where card economy is everything, from your cards on board to your cards in your hand.
Okay. There we go, guys. Yeah, we had a quick crash chat. No worries. We are back, though. We are back. Yeah, we are in our final round for tonight's webcam local green-blue aggro against green-white. To kind of talk, it's a little bit more unique build of green-blue. But for anyone joining us here in the finals tonight, don't forget to enter our raffle, some free giveaways. We're giving away a winner unforeseen incident thanks to New Type Arena. All you have to do to enter that giveaway / raffle is to be subscribed to Reese's channel, first of all, so you can type in chat. Second of all, be subscribed to New Type Arena, which I believe is pinned in the comments, and then type in New Type Arena into the chat. If you guys do that, you get entered into a raffle for a chance to win a free winner unforeseen incident. And then I also have a playmat I'm adding to the raffle as well. So make sure you type in New Type Arena in chat, just like Joey did there. Perfect. Yeah. So we've talked about this matchup. It could be very close. It could be a blowout. It really just depends on what we see in the hands, right? Like, it's not guaranteed to be a blowout based off of just cards, I guess, too. But piling does come into play.
Yeah, and we see at least the green-white player get that Liberth down the previous turn, and that's super important. We'll see what they can follow it up with here. We definitely either want to see ramp or more blockers.
Like, we get the 1, but like this one doesn't trade into the Zaku 2 because the pilot gives the 1 extra HP. So we're committing the hero. Yep. I mean, it makes sense. Like, oh, we're pushing damage? Are we racing them?
I like the pilot going down, to be honest.
I do. I think the pilot is 100% correct. Especially
4-5 feels pretty good there.
If you have a lot of pilots in hand, like, that is 100% the correct thing to do.
And at this point, he might not know this is a slower Xeon build as well. He might think that heroes might not get much use at all this game.
Yeah. The stats matter a lot, though. The stats definitely do matter.
For sure. It's something I talked about in actually my most recent video, not to
dude, you're here
put that out there, but
feel free to.
but to use like your pilots, like not always as like a link unit, like it doesn't have to be. Sometimes the stats just matter. Like, don't feel bad about making that play because now it's a body they have to deal with. Like, if they didn't have this RX-78 as like a perfect answer, that was like a real inconvenient play for them.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention, like, obviously people know Bonniger is like a very common inclusion index because he's a great stat stick. Like,
yeah,
for blue, like adding 2/2 to any blocker is insane. But now, like, okay, let's think about what we're doing here. Well, the hero allowed us to like get a trade that we normally wouldn't get access to. But the green-blue player actually saying, you know what, I can fight for the board. I've done some damage. Going all face isn't always correct. And we got to see what's the answer here. I think our perfect answer is like a perfect strike into a hero link, right?
Yeah, you definitely want to see a perfect strike come down if you're playing it. That might be what they're digging right here with the overflow.
Yeah, because perfect strike bouncing a token basically says, hey, you didn't get any extra value generated from the Charzaku link. Getting Char and Trash is pretty good, though, for the Gelgoog.
Yeah, we already do know he is on some Gelgoogs. Because I believe we saw it earlier today.
Yeah. Not to mention, if you see a Char, you almost always run at least one, I feel. Like 1 or 2. Typically 2 is the ratio. You don't
I don't know. I think we've seen some of these lists just say, you know what? I'm trying to win by like turn 4 before that.
Yeah, and then we are tapping that last resource, not the EX for next overflowing. I'm kind of curious why you didn't do the overflowing before playing this word. Like, not like it really matters, but it's like an extra card, and that maybe you could be playing like a Lifrith over his word. So I think Lifrith does everything Swart does, but better, right?
Against this board, yeah.
Because like you're not going to get rid of the RX. You'll guarantee a trade into the token or the Zaku.
Mm-hmm.
Or trade over the token and then into the Zaku. And then Lifrith just like blocks the exact same things with the exact same results.
And then let's say he tries to like trade optimally and he uses the Zowert into the gun tank swing right here because he's like, oh, my Zowert lives. Well, this guy has Anxas as well too, so it's like now he could get the Anxa value.
Yeah, we talked about that. Like, if you're playing like these blocker decks, you're going to be greedy, get to 1 HP, and getting that 1 ping really matters if you can punish them.
Yeah.
Like,
So like,
I think you block it every time still here.
yeah, I
And
think
now it's
because
just
you
like,
want it to live. Oh, he's saying no. There goes your
oh,
mill.
he might be trying to get pilots from life. That's another thing he could be trying to get a chance for.
Just gonna take it there instead and take the token.
Yeah.
See, I would have tried to take the gun tank, but this matchup might be going downhill. We'll see. Oh, is there a link unit to follow? Nope, just going wide, which is usually good enough. Oh, that's big.
That's very wide, and we didn't see any ramp on our end either.
Nope. And we're at 6 resources right now, including the EX, to make up that level 6. Could see death is a little too. We really need to play like an ale and a base, it looks like, and pop our resource and play a totally different game because I don't see how you get to wing 0 now in this game.
Yeah, honestly, you're dead on board. Like, you have to answer 2 bodies. It's like,
Yeah.
it's Ale, Kira, Link, you bounce like the Zaku's, one of the Zaku 2s in the back, and then you swing into, I guess the RX would make sense. At that point, you swing with Kira.
Unless you just know you run like 4 striker pack, 4 base, and you say, I'm just going to high roll my way out of this and just hope I can wing 0 the following turn. I don't see any other world where you don't just do blockers here or something.
Yep, I'm fine with the basis your opening play, give you the most options for the least amount of resources. Like, getting a base down makes sense, but you have to get rid of RX for it to matter.
Yeah, that's what makes Archangel so good. Only costing 1 is so big.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you run the 6 HP bases on top of the fact that it's just a 1 cost to draw a life that you would normally have to trash. Yeah, like, we haven't even grinded all the cards out of his hand yet. So question for, I don't know if you recall or if you watched Eggman's last triple winner box. Was this like the same style of aggro that we saw do well there, or is this like a very different build?
I think this is a different build. I don't think it's much like the one that was used to win that event.
Okay, so Hero gives us what, 2-1? And then because this is a link, it's a 5-4, so we can trade into RX here.
And they did find a way to ramp.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like, you gotta hope for a little bit of luck in life.
I think so. You have to find your win con, right? And if you're saying the only way you win is by clearing everything with a wing 0 or by ramping, then you got to do it.
Yeah. Just see how it turns out now, though. I'm curious if that sword block, if we blocked the gun tank and then went to the token the next turn, like, how much better would we be? We'd have 1 more life, right? Because that gun tank is still on the board. But maybe we're playing around some other answers that we don't want to see, but like, at least we're forcing awkward swings to break the base.
So I just looked it up to make sure. The event that won, the Eggman event, the triple winner box, no Char's Gelgoog, 0 Anksha, and all low to the ground.
Yeah, is there a link for game here? No, we don't have it. Otherwise, we would have instantly slammed that down.
Yeah.
So we have what? We'll be going into levels. How many resources are we player at? We have 5 regulars, so 6. So we'd be tapped out if we play a wing.
But it does clear the entire board.
Yes, which is like absolutely needed here.
And then you just have to hope they can't link the following turn.
Yeah, you just have to have it. If you don't have it here, it's just game.
Yeah.
See a 6. Let's see the 2.
Yeah. Yep. He has it. So we'll see if they have the link unit.
We also get 2 searches here.
Yeah.
Like, we can look for a
Wow.
Galgoog for game. Okay, so no Galgoog there. So now we have to make a decision between probably 2 cards. Pick up the Charzaku 2. Okay, checks out. Randomly to the bottom. Don't we love that mechanic?
Yeah, that's weird.
2, 3, and
Another try. Okay.
Charizard.
Not bad units to see, and we can't wing 0 again next turn, so knowing that they hit off of that, which they most likely will every time, they probably have at least 3 or 4 units to play down here, and I don't know how we respond to that board.
Yeah, because we had only 1 EX resource ramp this entire game.
Yeah, and no real ramp, as in like a first contact or anything. So, yeah, I mean, we're sitting at 7 resources next turn. That's why Death Scythe is so good when you can do it on curve, because it's a real ramp.
Yeah, but there's 2 for that Charzaku 2 we saw. There's 2 for the Charzaku 2 that we searched. And we got a 1 drop here. So what's our answer? An Ale Link with a base works?
Yeah, that's probably the only line. I mean, if we were at 8, I mean, throwing down another wing 0 would be the move.
Just as good, yeah. Yeah, because you have to swing. Well, you can swing base. If you have the link, you would Ale. No, the correct thing would be Ale pair, I guess, technically, right? To bounce a guy and then you swing wing 0 into a guy and play a base. Because you want the blocker also.
Yeah. Problem is there's nothing really to swing into except the rested token.
Yeah, which is why you just swing the wing 0 into it, unless you say, I have to close out game. So striker pack, that's a start. We both agree that's a start. You get the 2/4 blocker every time.
That's something.
Is there a world you don't go for the 2/4 blocker?
No.
I don't think so,
No.
yeah. You have to just get the most value.
But going back to gain the most value, maybe letting that gun tank go through when we had the Zord on board instead, so that the Zord would have been able to take that exchange block and still be on board. I mean, that's another. We could have 2 for 1 there again. You know, those kind of little plays can catch up to you.
Yeah, and I think that is like that one play just rippled down for how the rest of this game mapped out.
So can we create another blocker or base at least? Yeah, he's like, I gotta take care of the token.
Yeah, that's fine. Not going to disagree there at all. But yeah, I don't know if you've noticed, we have 171 people watching the stream right now. I think that is
wow,
extraordinary channel high right now. But for anyone joining us, this is our final round of our 64-player capped webcam local for tonight. We see aggro against wing, and I think we just said, hey, this is about all we can do here. But if you guys are joining here tonight, we have a giveaway that we are doing. If you guys want to enter the giveaway, we are giving away a winner, Unforeseen Incident, and then we also have a playmat from the con resource box we're giving away. To enter that raffle, all you have to do is be subscribed to New Type Arena, subscribe to Risu's channel, and then type New Type Arena in chat. We got Amro, we can tap the body, and yeah, that's probably game.
GG. Yep.
Yeah, that's rough. Like, even if we did have that one trade, I don't think it mattered there because he had so it doesn't feel as bad.
Yeah, Amuro is a good card.
Yeah, do be pretty good. Yeah, so we'll do the poll for the raffle at the end of the round once the final table concludes, because I am allowing players to enter it like last time, like last week. So if you guys are sticking around for that, that is our finals though. Results, are we surprised? I think the result of the matchup makes sense.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, we've talked about it all night. It's kind of circle format. Any of the 4 decks that we expect that can show up every week can take the event. So hard to say that we're surprised. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, we can actually talk about like the metagame just like from a really high level. It's pretty well spread tonight. You saw like the popular decks being like the most, or the like top 4 decks being the most popular. Not really surprised there. Like for anyone who doesn't know, of our 64 players tonight, chat, 15 of them were playing white green wing. So that's basically 25% of the meta. Positive win rate for it was like 56%. New type ping was the next most popular deck, tied with Unicorn Tempo. Both sharing around 16% of the metagame, and positive win rate for blue red ping, not quite for Unicorn Tempo. That one's closer to a 50-50.
Yeah, I mean, heading into that round, we saw red, blue, and green, white with the highest win percentages.
Mm-hmm. Yep, green, white, red, blue. Yep, that was entirely the highest winning percent decks.
Yeah, and that doesn't necessarily surprise me. I think what's, if anything, surprising is the numbers that green, white came out in and did to produce those numbers as well. Because usually sometimes you start to see like everyone playing the best deck or everyone, and it's like the numbers don't end up being that well, the conversion rate. So that's a little interesting. Whereas red blue, it's like, oh, there's only like, let's say, 10 players playing it as opposed to 23, but those 10 players are all like devotees of the deck. Like they really play the deck.
Yeah, you talk about the conversion there. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
That's like something that matters a lot in these card games. It's really hard to showcase it unless you have like the full data set too of like, did it convert well for how many people brought it? Like we can talk about like OP2 meta of like how many people brought Whitebeard versus how many people brought Whitebeard, and those pie charts are basically just his face.
Yep, I was one of them. So
you were part of the problem.
Yeah, I was 100%.
Yeah, I think it makes sense if we want to trickle down, see if we can get some other games since we are going to wait until the conclusion for that giveaway here. Oh, table 2, we actually have a freedom blockers here at table 2.
Oh, let's see it. I don't think we featured that tonight.
One of the 2 players on it tonight. Make it all the way to table 2 though. Really strong showing for the deck of the 2 people that brought it. But we got high maneuver on a wing 0. It looks like we're going to be swinging over that freedom. So this actually looks like it could be a really good game back and forth because board's pretty empty on both sides, but we played double blocker. So that wing 0 will be sticking around a little bit longer. And we're both relatively high shield counts too.
Yeah, it looks like this has been very back and forth in the early game. Like fighting for board control as opposed towards attacking at life. Shields, I should say. Bad One Piece habits.
Yeah, dude, I say security because Digimon. I say on plays. I say when attacking. To be fair, I think this is the only game that doesn't say when attacking. It just says attack for the keyword.
Yeah. Uh-oh. And we've hit a Kira burst, so that's always good to see as a blue-white player.
I thought that was a tall geese for 3 seconds. I realized it's just the pre-release unicorn.
We've already seen tall geese tonight.
Yeah, tall geese struggled a little bit, but I think someone said they did pretty well for like their end result. Yeah, say suspend even. Yeah, but for anyone joining us, we did have our finals conclude at table 1 with blue-green aggro taking it. A little bit more unique of a build, so be excited to share that at the conclusion of the event. But this is table 2. We're showcasing white green wing against blue white freedom blockers, And it's been a grind, and I think Wing's starting to try to close out game just because they have so many bodies on board. They have high maneuver on their Wing 0. I think this is probably showing favored for them. But we'll see what we can do in response.
Yeah, looking at this board's really good, but they're responding with freedom, which is probably the best response. But one blocker is not going to cut it. There's a Kira freedom effect.
Yeah, you don't get freedom effect because you don't have a
Oh, yeah, you don't have a pilot on
pilot.
it. Yeah, I didn't even notice that.
That's what I'm saying. You cannot attack with the freedom. Oh, is he just now realizing it's a during pair effect? I think he's just realizing it's a during pair. Yeah. Oh, he bounced the Zwart with the link there, and then when you swing into it, he gets blocked. Okay.
Then
I'm getting what's happening now. He's like, yeah, it's nothing to do with the freedom there. Maybe he was also trying to get that to get to live, but it looks like we're all on the same page, so everything is all good in the world.
But we still have high maneuver. We still have, looks like 4 or 5 cards as the green-blue player there.
Yeah, and it's been a grind. So when you're on the green-white side of this matchup, what are you scared of blue-white doing?
Multiple freedoms.
That's fair.
For sure.
It's definitely the star of the deck, like the big key card.
Well, I just don't have a way to interact with it, really, right? I mean, what can I do to it, until it goes sideways? And if you have Archangel like on repeat, there's just not much interaction there for me to remove it. It's all on your time, right?
Yeah. The only card that has generic interaction is the Unicorn Destroy mode, just as when attacking rest of unit.
Yeah, it looks like we're discussing some things that happened here.
Yeah, I'm not sure at this point. It's a little hard because you can't tell where they're declaring the shrinks when they attack too, so that makes it a little bit more difficult on our side as commentators for this type of stuff.
Yeah, I'm just making sure that they didn't take the freedom as well.
Shrink.
Yeah.
Because regardless, you bounce the Zwart, and then you get the win attack effect of Kira.
Sure.
So it depends, but yeah, I mean, regardless, I think this is very Wing favored right now. Yeah, Andrew, I'm not quite sure where they wanted the shrink effects from Kira when attack to go. But I'm assuming it had to be on the blocker that blocked. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Otherwise, the living Zwart coming right back down from the previous turn that was bounced. If you want to get it bounced again, we have 1 card in hand, though, against 3 bodies that can swing at us.
See, I don't even think you put the Zwart down because then the attack has to bounce the wing if they miss sequence.
Does it? Because Wing has 7 HP, Hero gives him 2 HP, yeah. It becomes 7/9 minus 6, you have 3 HP.
3 HP, you're right. You are right.
Yeah. Lots of funny maths happen.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look at it through this little Discord box.
Yeah. It's also been a long night here.
Strike. Oh, yeah. But it's been a fun one. It's been a good games to watch.
Yep, and then this exchange makes sense. You just gotta get rid of it. And now we got 1 card in hand. What's your 1 card in hand? You hope it's a show so you can play 2 bodies, but I don't think it's a show. And if it's a base, you play it anyway, so hope to draw a card. Just a pass, it's probably a pilot. And then do we have a link for game? From the
I guess by how fast he's going, I would guess so. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Why do you not play Lifrith there?
Yeah, I have no idea because it wouldn't have got bounced unless that was his draw. No, it couldn't have been his draw for turn. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, to be fair, he is dead to the link regardless, like the next turn. Yeah, that's a table 2 green-white taking it there. Let's see, how long we got left in the round? We got like 8 minutes left, and all but 2 tables reported. So once the last table reports, we'll do the poll for the raffle. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't have a whole lot to contribute that we haven't talked about already.
No, we've been pretty thorough, I feel like, and I feel like we've gotten to see a good variety of the major decks tonight, as well as a little splash of Zaft and our different green-blue lists taking it all.
Yeah, it looks like the second to last table is reporting, and we just have one other table that has to report, and then we'll be done for tonight's tournament entirely. And we'll have standings and everything. And dude, it's been a great time. Love having you here, and really excited to see the growth of the Gundam card game here at the Eagle's Nest, and can't wait to see the first regional runs.
Yeah, it's super exciting right now. I think we've spoken about it a few times tonight. Just a great set one so far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what are we all thinking here in chat? We excited for the giveaway? I know New Type Arena isn't a whole lot to get extra excitement here for y'all, and we'll be pulling it here once we get the last table reported, because I'll do my final ping for the players to enter themselves as well. As this is something that it's all community fed too. Like everything we do is like a grassroots thing, and I absolutely love to see where it's came from and gone to.
For sure, and just to that, thanks for having me tonight. It's been a blast to be here, and I've really enjoyed watching you guys since the beta format.
Yeah, and we've definitely come a long ways, having 7 people watching our 12 players.
Yeah. And watching all 8 of them or 12 players play blue-white.
Yeah, dude, that was a time.
Having 171 people watching the stream tonight was really cool to see.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, just following up my judges here on wrapping up stuff for tonight. I'm down here chilling at table 18, watching the last table as well. We're down to 1 shield on each side, so this will be resolved real quickly. Yeah, 5 minutes in round. But for all folks trying to get in on that giveaway, make sure you subscribe to New Type Arena. Make sure you subscribe here to Risu Squirrel's channel as well. Type in New Type Arena in chat, and then we'll be pulling it here in probably like sub 2 minutes if I had to guess. Try and make it as accessible for all our players and all our viewers as possible. And then get my final announcement for that tonight.
Server world, we have like 9 people. We just have like a Brady Bunch screen. That'd be fun.
Yeah. Yeah, Risu joining us from the producer side tonight. How do you feel on the back end though, Risu?
Oh,
you enjoying the stream?
It's so fun. It's so fun. It's so fun because like I feel like we don't like you never come into this knowing who's gonna win. Like you said, Garrett. Like at the beginning, it was like, yeah, let's watch like 3 black, white, or blue, white mirrors go in and just let's see who's the best blue, white. But now it's like any week, like we have green, white take it. I think we've had a couple back to back rush strategies, although like you guys did say that the rush strategy, air quotes, the rush strategy that won today was a little more mid-rangey. We definitely saw they're definitely a step above rush. I think like what they had this is the one that had was it Corsica base? Corsica base? I can't
Corsica. I don't
Corsica
know
base.
how you enunciate.
Yeah, it had the Corsica base, had a couple other cards in there that definitely made it more mid-rangey. So it was definitely a cool deck to win. But other than that, like blue-white taking a backseat, but we also talk about how like right now we're really green-white heavy, and that's just a great matchup into blue-white, and no one wants to deal with that, unfortunately. I mean, it's interesting. And then like I don't know. We talked about it in the back rooms how like any deck could like I'm so interested into seeing like we have 128 people coming up this Sunday for the Eggman event that you'll be commentating, and like that anything can win that. Like we went from like thinking green white's the best deck to Gen Con happening, blue your group essentially like taking over with blue red. With the ping deck, you guys stole that event for the most part. Well, Eggman also taking a spot there, and then here green white, and then the rush strategy taking over here at Eagle's Nest is like for a couple events I think now though, but it's still anything. It just feels like anything could win. And then Dallas, I think Dallas is 500 or 512 players. It'll really be a testament to seeing what really shines in like I mean at that point we're looking at 512 is 9 rounds, like that is
it should be around there. Yep.
Like who goes undefeated after 9 rounds will be kind of just the end all be all.
There's also Top Cut for that.
Oh really?
In Dallas. Yep, there's Top Cut on Sunday. At least that's how it's written up on the event. So
that'll be so interesting. Is it do we know if it's open deck list? Because personally I think open deck list, like, I know we talked about it a little bit, but I think open deck list is kind of just how it should be. Not because it may or may not be the most competitive way to do it, but I think it's the most fair way to do it, because Eagle was kind of alluding to the idea that like you can sit there and you can look to your left and right and who's going to be in the top 16, right? And like I said, like if I have more friends than you in the top 16, then I know who's around me more, right? Like I know like like you were saying like, oh, what if I have that trick command or that trick that ace card in my deck, but if my buddy played you round 4, knows that trick, now I know that trick, right? Like so it's like a little go ahead.
Well, no, I was going to say exactly to your point. It's like also though, like there's a One Piece regional where I was on stream literally 4 times, and I went 10-0, that day. And then day 2 comes and it's like, I got people telling me, hey, your list looked really cool. We play tested it all night. And it's like, oh, cool, great,
Yeah.
And you saw all the tech cards that I brought to the event. So it's like, am I at a disadvantage now because I don't know
got streamed
your list and you got to see my list 4 times? Like, it's definitely a thing. And I don't know how much like people actually like try to dig into that and think about that, but I think that's why deck lists should be available for Top Cut for sure.
Right, because I like fundamentally I do agree. I think Adam Vicky there, I feel your point 100%. You like it punishes tricks, and stuff like that. But fundamentally, like remember, we're looking to our left and our right when we're playing in these in-person events, and like also we got friends that can give us the information. And then you added Garrett also adding the extra point of like if you're on stream, that's now in a disadvantage, and like that's one thing that like maybe as a streamer commentator person, like I never want the stream to be a disadvantage to someone. Like they're always going to be a little bit, but to mitigate that as much as we can, like that's just I think that's a goal that I think we should set for people. I disagree with open deck list, but understanding the reasoning for yes for top. I'm talking specifically Top Cut. I don't want like don't get misconstrued. Like it's never for Swiss. We are not talking about Swiss. It's strictly, and maybe we can even extend it to specifically day 2 Top Cuts. Because if it's like a day like same day Top Cut where you're just instantly into the next match, no one's got time to play test. Maybe you get tips and tricks, but.
I don't think I know too many same day Top Cuts. I guess that's what One Piece used to be, right?
I think I think is there any same day Top? Maybe Magic does same. I don't know. It doesn't really to the point.
Yeah, interesting point. But yeah.
Oh, but that being said, one more round of sellouts before we still got the last table going. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, they're swinging for a game right now, so we can run through the sellouts and then we'll do our giveaway for everyone.
All right, so remember everybody, if you're just joining just for the giveaway, it is new type arena armor red gaming, just like that, no spaces. Make sure you guys do that. But this has been the Eagles Nest weekly webcam tournament every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern. Join the Discord. That's always going to be the best way to do anything around here, especially if you win one of these raffles we're about to have here. Join the Discord. Message Eagle. That's probably what we're going to do for resolving how you get your stuff anyway. So again, join the Discord. You !Eagle if you want the exact link in chat given to you guys, because I do have some commands running for you guys in the background. Then we can talk about some of our community spotlight. The giveaway brought to you by New Type Arenas. That's how you guys are getting your winner overflowing affection. Join their channel, subscribe to their channel. They got a fun podcast.
Unforeseen Instant.
Unforeseen Instant. My bad.
Yeah.
And that being said, we also had the privilege of having a fellow Orlando local gamer over here, Garrett, with Talking with Cards, formerly from Worst Generation podcast. You've killed it, man. You were a top player in One Piece. You already have some accolades here with Gundam. It's just and you come from like a Pokemon background too. Like, you've been around the ringer. You got anything for us? Are you starting another podcast, or is it just still going to be like this cool like interview show, like interview things with Garrett kind of thing for you?
I think just the format that I'm running with right now is what I'm going to continue to do, because it's been a lot of fun so far, and I'm just happy to be a part of the community because it's been really fun. I think one of the best things about card games is just that, the community. So it's really good to see like the weekly turnout here growing every week to now where we're capping. That's just fantastic.
Yeah, and like you have like this cool like round table structure where you invite Ben over. You invited what's his name? He's also Orlando local. The guy there, Daniel. You got Daniel going, and I'm sure you're gonna keep that format. It's a really fun format to have. On all the tips and tricks with your shorts, you're also like, you love doing your shorts too. Like I've been teasing one on the screen back and forth, and it's a blast of a time. But our last sellouts. Yeah. Our last sellouts are going to be, become a channel member. It helps me do the things that I do for everybody, and it just makes it possible. So if you guys can, it's $2. You get some emotes. I do want to add some more emotes, but like I've been saying that for months and we haven't done it. And it's mostly just an artist thing. Like we're, you guys get it. It's more than just me. Oh wait, why isn't this working? Oh, there we go. Dual spec. Adding more incentives to our prize pools, more incentive for players to play, because here at Eagles Nest we are players first. We are player driven. That is to say that we always try to make sure that our players are happy before the stream, before our judges, before our viewers, right? Like this is for them first, because let's be real, without our players there's no point of anything else. So thank you, Dual Spec. They have great durable sleeves. They also have dices. They're also working with vendors near you potentially, so check them out. Playmats. They have some sick playmats too, so definitely worth that. We are one of our local events happening in Indianapolis, Eagle Nest, and their current local, the Dugout, doing a full case tournament. You guys already know how hard it is to get product, so $30 gets you a chance to get access to, some good potential prize payouts for the Gundam card game, August 31st at 1 p.m. The plan is to stream it, but, who knows? The world can happen. A lot can happen in 10 days, but check us out. We're going to try to stream it just like we have done multiple times now for the Dugout, and there's always a blast. Haven't figured out the guests, though, so we, eventually we'll do that. Sundam, we love representing other weekly webcam tournaments. The Sundam Germany-based event has helped us out with prizing, and we're helping them out with advertising. They also, just like we do, support other regions, accept other regions, like it says right there, $6 USD to enter a tournament. Same kind of pricing, same price. Like they also work with you to try to get free shipping. So definitely hit them up if you guys are a player here, or maybe Sunday works better for you than Wednesday. Definitely check out Sundam events. It's all English cardboard anyway, so don't fret about maybe potentially some language barriers or anything like that. And then the last thing is, we love them. We love him. We work with him. Eggman Events is doing a half case. It is the biggest gun. I think it's fair to say that it is the biggest, if not not the biggest. It's the biggest unofficial Gundam tournament that is happening. 128 players instantly sold out within like 10 minutes. He told me or something. It was something ridiculous. But if you guys missed out on signups, there will be a wait list. He opens up the wait list an hour before, but you can always join his Discord to get more details on that. But without Eggman, I don't know. I don't know where I'd be without him. So I was gonna give a shout out to him. Are we ready for?
Yep, we're all good.
All right, you guys got like 60 seconds to like.
First raffle is going to be for the playmat. Second will be the grand prize for the unforeseen winner card.
All right. So this is your last chance. SM has it right. New type arena, no spaces. I don't think capitals matter, but do it anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna give you guys. What's my?
How many people do we have in the raffle right
now?
We got
90 people in the raffle right now.
Good.
Yeah.
Checks out.
All right, so I said 60 seconds, but let's see Windows updated, so now when I click the calendar, it doesn't give me like an actual like seconds hand clock, so it's like the most frustrating thing in my life, I swear.
I was going to say, we can just do a quick countdown and call it good.
All right, we're doing a quick countdown and calling it good. Eagle said it, and you got 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. And I'm pushing the button. Ooh, Isen, look at you. You definitely got to say something to win, but like we're gonna give you 60 seconds, Isen. Just say anything and everything. I think they're a channel member too. Yep. Hold on.
Yeah, but that's for the playmat. Then the winner unforeseen is the next thing. Yeah, you get removed from the pool once your name is pulled. So claim it now. Don't claim it all.
They were just talking. I think they're a channel member, and I'm kind of okay with giving them like extra leeway for being a channel member on having to respond on time. So,
anyways, the moment everyone is waiting for, we can go ahead and pull for the winner unforeseen, and then if they don't claim it, I'll just add it to the pool next week.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, I just rolled it. Gregory Kwandang, you just won the if you respond in time, you just won the winner pack. Which card?
Very nice.
Yeah. But with that being said, thank you so much for joining the stream tonight, everyone.
Wait, Gregory's got to say something.
Like Gregory, yeah, he just said the yay. He just said the yay. Congrats.
Let's go.
Send me a DM on Discord and we will get all the details worked out. Thank you so much for New Type Arena for adding that as the additional pricing. And there's Ollie.
There we go. There's I.
Yeah, that's what I say. Yep. So send me a Discord DM, Ollie. Send me a Discord DM, Gregory. And that is it for tonight's stream. Thank you so much, everyone. Same time, same place next week. Thank you so much, Garrett, for joining us, man.
Thanks for having me.
Good night, guys. Good night. Worst time to walk away. Have a good one, guys.